Welcome one and all to Fountain of Dreams 11, or welcome to FOD 11, which is in collaboration with Under Pressure. I'm Frost6, joined by Mr. Cheese Tiger. It's your first time on the mic, Tiger. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. First time really doing anything like this at all. I could not find a better spot to do this at all. This is scoped to be an incredible, incredible night.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what our 28 teams have in store for us, and our first matchup of this night, of this stream, will be, if I remember correctly, of course, just wait a little bit before we can dive into who we're seeing first here, but I guess a little bit of lore, per se, behind Fountain of Dreams. It's a double elimination D3 Division 3 capped tournament catered to low-level and lower mid-level teams here. So, really interesting all around. And here are our first teams of the stream, Rewind and Grupo Labyrinto. I really hope I'm not butchering your names, guys.
Looks right to me. Haven't seen much of these myself, but I'm looking forward to seeing how they face each other.
Yeah, I definitely would say so. I think I've seen Rewind a little bit. I'm not sure if I've seen them as consistently here, but they are Ludi Div 5. Well, they were Ludi Div 5 in Season 16 here, thanks to their public sendo page that I can start stealing information from.
Oh, yes, information.
Ooh, yeah, information is really helpful for us here in the Discord call, so yes. So looking over at the at least at the Sendu page for our map forecast, it's a best of 3 set starting on Zone's Mahi Mahi Resort here. Now, Tiger, I'm not sure if you caught on to this, maybe either by playing Splatoon or by hearing other casters, but a lot of people tend to say that this is one of the more ideal map mode combinations. It's cited by a lot of co-casters that I've been with as the map mode of all time.
I would say that it can become that. I would say it doesn't start like that. I might be in the minority there, but I think it becomes playable once the water, lowers. But before then, it's not as much fun to me. But after that, I would say that's when it becomes peak.
Yeah, one-way drops all around. Once that water level drops past the 60-point threshold here, and that's always probably something that you want to get going for during your first hold, because of course this is Mahi Zones, perhaps one of the only modes that we see Mahi Mahi Resorts on. And oh, and just look at those amazing Picasso tier map illustrations done by the staff here at Under Pressure. Shout out Ellie, shout out Strings, shout out Z as well here.
Shout outs to them. I could not see anything better. This is just this tells you exactly what you're going to expect here. You're going to see only peak, nothing but peak here.
Yeah, and looking at the rest of the modes here, we can interpret that that Game 2 will be Rainmaker on Museum d'Alfonsino, welcome to Spinner City, and the final game, need we go to the tiebreaker, is going to be on... Okay, wait, I almost said Barnacle and Dime, but this is, in fact, Umami Ruins on Clan Blitz. So, Tiger, what are you thinking of these other two game modes?
I got the map wrong in the third one as well, so I don't blame you there. I am looking forward to Game 2. Let's see how many gamer jumps are made there. The spinner is just one of the most fun parts of it. And then clams in general is always a toss-up for me. Those can be great, those can be not great, but with the Game 3, I'm expecting it to go pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the seeding, well, clearly, maybe not just yet, because we're running out of time to analyze as we dive into Game 1 of the stream. What are we going to see here? Already, in terms of new weapons, we see the new Dreadringer and the new, not Custom Range Blaster, but Rapid Blaster Pro. Meanwhile, on the other end, Grupo Labyrinto, we're seeing some brush action.
Yeah, we're seeing a brush on both sides. I wasn't expecting that as much. Rewind here definitely looking better in terms of paint, at least just because of the S-Blast on Grupo, but a little bit more fighting power, close up at least, for Grupo Labyrinto here.
And there's that fighting power that you mentioned in action, taking 3 members of Rewind down. There's that lead switch taken by Grupo Labyrinto. Colette is over here with the strikes, just lying in wait, waiting for the perfect opportunity to let them fly. But here comes an Ultra Stamp, at least securing 2 picks onto Grupo Labyrinto here. The low water level will prove a little bit testy, but I think that brush just got a 4K, Tiger.
Yeah, right off, water hasn't even lowered and they start with a quad.
Yeah,
let's see if they can keep this one until the water lowers as well. Blaster, unfortunately, unable to stop that from approaching. Do they get the cooler? I didn't quite see them grab it. There they go.
They do get the cooler to get juiced up. Masta landing a nasty direct onto Dev. And the water level just went up. You haven't exactly reached the 60 threshold, but the water level has dropped. It is now turned into one-way drops all around, and I think this is the point where the map becomes peak. Like you were saying, Tiger, Grupo Labyrinto is almost out of their penalty points here, but Rewind is looking to have a strike back.
Yeah, they're making sure they can keep what they can here as the map becomes, in my opinion, playable. They're popping some specials, getting that control back, and seemingly keeping it for now.
So now it just depends on if they can get out of their penalty points here. 61-51, the lead is definitely attainable for Rewind. You just need to hold those more aggressive members of Grupo Labyrinto at bay, like getting rid of Masa on the S-Blast. That's no Booyah Bomb for Grupo yet here. And Rewind are still extending their holds, breaking out of the 40 threshold into the 30s. Zone is in neutral, but not for long, because Rewind just immediately casts it right back.
Yeah, not even the strikes could take it from them there. They have just total paint control here. They almost managed to do something there, but they end up getting picked off instead. Almost died to a bomb, but they keep that zone painted.
Very close to knocking it out, unless Grupo responds with some aggression, but they won't.
Not in time.
No amount of aggression or artillery can stop a hold that is that close to knocking out. And with a knockout win, Rewind will take Game 1.
It really just showed the hold they had the entire way at the end there.
Oh, there it is. The Your Dig
there it
star.
is.
They did it, and that's just what Rewind can do. Tiger, you mentioned, I think, before the start of the game that you were anticipating Rewind to have a lot more, was it a lot more paint or a lot more, I guess, like fighting power?
I was thinking a lot more paint, and I definitely saw that there. I mean, with the zone pretty much always being in their control. And then looking around the entire rest of the map, they seemed to be making sure their territory was known.
Yeah, just extending that territory, allowing them to work within more further positions, and just not allowing those more fight-heavy members from Grupo to kind of thrive here. If you're just cutting off space, then you're just not allowing your skirmish. They're not allowing the enemy skirmishers to function properly or function effectively here. So pretty good control end on Rewind. So now we're going to another map I think that you were pretty anticipated for, Museum d'Alfonsino Rainmaker. That Rainmaker looks so cute, by the way.
It really does. I gotta, again, shout outs to the artists here. I'm excited for this, but I'm wondering how each team's gonna swap their layouts here.
Well,
I'm not quite sure what each runs, but with the paint control from the previous winner here, oh my gosh, it gets to spin.
Oh, it spins!
It is spinning.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Truly nothing could be better.
Shout out Strings for this. I think it was Strings that designed that Rainmaker. So shout out Strings. We love you. That being said, though, maybe even the teams would just stick with what they were running, because we saw how at least within the right circumstances, Grupo Labyrinto could at least provide a lot of aggression. And with a mode like Rainmaker, I think maybe like sticking with what they were running in that zones match could still work, not just for Grupo, but I think for Rewind as well. And let's just get straight into it, Tiger.
It off, yeah. I honestly am kind of expecting the S-Bots to change if they aren't a one-trick, just because it felt like the total paint made them unable to do much, but they're still there. They have not as much range, not as much paint, but I think they have a little bit more fighting power. One's dropping down from Rewind on the right. They immediately get the pop. And what is going on here?
Well, I think it's right now trying to gain control of mid with Peaches over here on the Crab tank firing off onto the upper platform. A lot of chip damage just going around, securing a pick onto that end zap. That's going to be no cooler for Grupo Labyrinto. Will Rewind get that first checkpoint? Yes, they will. That was very fast.
It really was. They got the specials fast and they put them right where they needed to go. They also got the pop again, and they might be going even further. Unfortunately getting picked off right there, but not without taking another one from Grupo Labyrinto.
Their damage has been dealt. Yeah, the damage has been dealt. 35 points on the board within your first push. That's very, very strong here, and it's putting Grupo Labyrinto already in a little bit of a hot seat now. A Booyah Bomb being charged, I think, from Dev on Rewind with the new Scamper. And Rewind is at least trying to hold their ground in mid, but right now Grupo Labyrinto is starting to mobilize and starting to find their footing, getting 2 picks on their belt. Because that's another Booyah Bomb being charged by Masta, but the Rainmaker has been dropped. 2 members down on both teams here, not even before Grupo could reach the first checkpoint.
Yeah, that push was looking promising, but now that it's gone, the pop went right back to Rewind, and it seems like Grupo Labyrinto, with a Kraken. Do they get it? They get closer, but still not quite.
Not just yet here. And meanwhile, on the other end... Oh, wait. Okay, so much things happening all at once here. We see the Kraken on the side of Rewind stopping the Rainmaker, but here is Shinigami once again, becoming the playmaker for Grupo Labyrinto, taking names, taking picks for Grupo, and which will allow them to at least get that first checkpoint pop.
Yeah, I expected them to just be running forward with that rain, and they just zooped right around, got a pick, zooped right around, got a pick, never let them know your next move. They keep going forward, get stopped 1 point before lead, but with a cooler they might be able to keep it going.
Will they be?
They drop down, seems like it's gone for now.
Okay, that was really close for Grupo here, 36 to 35 here. If the Rainmaker holder just stepped by 1 more inch, they would have gotten that lead here. But that 1 point differential is really easy to break if Grupo can find their footing. But right now, it does not seem to be the case.
Yeah, with check now, anything can happen, but at the moment, it seems like Rewind has almost total control of the center. And not really looking to go down anytime soon, especially with a crab being popped. Will they be getting... They got some chip in the back, but a Kraken's being rushed down on the left. One's jumping away. Will they get the rain? They do get the rain and stay alive until the tail. Never mind.
You were saying Tiger Caster's curse strikes again, unfortunately. Here comes Shinigami with the steel chair, at least managing to secure a pick on Dev before being taken down by Reze on the side of Rewind here. Right now, they are holding that 1-point differential with an iron grip, just ensuring that Grupo cannot get past mid. They're just holding them at mid to the best of their ability here. But right now, Grupo has 3 specials here. They could strike back with relentless force right now.
And this brush, once again, Shinigami taking names, leaving no prisoners. I've yet to see them just, like, do worse than trade.
I would say so, yeah. I mean, they're playing their name to a T, being that Grim Reaper for Grupo Labyrinto here. I think Ray was trying to push in, but they are going down. And now, Grupo's going to have around 1 minute left to finally get that lead back. But now Shinigami's gone down by Peaches. They're firing off on the Rainmaker. Once again, Rewind is not allowing Grupo Labyrinto to see what their side of the map looks like.
Every time, yeah, they get just past that center line, and then Rewind just says, you can't keep going. Dread taking a name as they jump out, but looks like I could be wrong again. Grupo Labyrinto getting a little bit further forward. Will they be taking lead here? A Booyah getting a pick, but there goes the rain as well. Another Booyah kind of securing that. Grupo Labyrinto is just nowhere near that rain when it pops.
With a combination of an impending Booyah Bomb and an imminent Kraken on the side of Rewind here, that push will be coming to a close. Peaches is just going to be firing off shots here on the glass platform here. Grupo Labyrinto needs to start rushing it. Here comes Colette with the Kraken here. They need to make this work into overtime, but Peach takes a dip into the water here. Rainmaker has been reset back to mid. They need to pop this fast, but with the S-Blast going down, overtime has commenced, but the pop has been secured for Rewind, and with the Booyah Bomb being thrown within the last second, it will secure the win for Rewind as well here.
Yeah, once that reset happened, there just wasn't enough force from Grupo Labyrinto in the middle once it got reset to take it at the end there. Rewind was just able to get the pop and take it, securing the win.
Well, exactly here. When you throw that Booyah Bomb onto an already popped Rainmaker for your side, it's just basically turning it into a no-go zone for Grupo Labyrinto here. And considering that they just did not have enough numbers after that unfortunately failed push, it kind of already seemed like their fate was sealed as soon as they dropped that Rainmaker on the platform here. When I said the break was short, I was not lying. Welcome back to Fountain of Dreams 11. For those just joining stream, I'm Frostix, joined by the wonderful Mr. Cheese Tiger, and we have another very banging matchup here with Xiphias and Squigma.
Definitely looking forward to this. I've seen Xiphias a lot around these tournaments recently. I haven't seen much from a team named Squigma, but doesn't mean that they're going to be doing any worse. Let's see. I'm interested to see what Xiphias plays, if they're going to be doing how the same things that they've been doing in the past, or if they're going to change it up here. They're going to be trying something new this night.
Depends. I think like for the last couple of streams that I've seen Xiphias on, whether that be the last I think the last Tuesday or a couple Saturdays ago on the wonderful SAC Season 10 finale, we could see something different. So going into our map mode combination, our map mode for the set here, we see Game 1 on Hagglefish Zones, Game 2 on... Is that the start of Undertale?
Yeah, I was going to say, presumably this is Undertale.
Yeah, this is Undertow!
Oh!
Undertow Rain. Okay, so Game 2 is Undertow, or more so Undertale Spillway Rainmaker. Wow, I'm not sure if that was
again to the artists.
If that was String, I'm not sure if that was Ellie or Strings that came up with that idea. Shout out Strings for that amazing riff of an idea. And for Game 3, that is a pretty nice looking fried egg. Inkblot. Is that Inkblot? Is that Inkblot? Shell.
I think so.
Oh,
it's the tree that's like not a tree, but like is just kind of there.
It's like I've always thought that looked like a garlic like clove. Anyways, this is going to be on Inkblot Clams, which actually is a shocker for me.
Yeah, I haven't seen that as much recently, but honestly, I'm glad it's being seen. I don't remember it, like unfondly or anything. I just haven't seen it as popular recently.
Yeah, when it comes down to Inkblot in particular. Oh, okay. Perhaps let's dive into Inkblot later on. We have Hagglefish Zones to discuss here, and already we're seeing that missile Splattershot Pro on the side of Xiphias. I think that I've been seeing a lot from them recently. Meanwhile, on the side of Squigma, we're seeing some tent action. This is the vanilla tent, by the way, as well as that new L3.
Yeah, there's a vanilla tent, and there's also not the new mini, but the old one. One of the old ones. As I'm talking, they're getting one down on each side as the special's being popped, but once again, I gotta say, this mini making sure that they know what they're... Never mind.
Oh, there's that Caster's Curse again here.
Caster's Curse. I'm learning how it's going, and hey, it's for a first time commentating. I gotta make sure I get the curse while I have it.
You're doing great though, Tiger, here, but... something may be different on the side of Xiphias, but we're already seeing the specials fly out from both sides. Sluggies with the Inkjet, the missiles being popped as well by Smokey. That being said, I think Xiphias' counter push was a little bit delayed by those tri-strikes, but not anymore here, canceling out Squigma's hold before they could get past half. But can they keep that hold for long here? Because Zone is in neutral here, but I think Xiphias could take it, but it's going to be immediately taken back by Squigma.
Yeah, a lot of stuff just happened. A lot of chaos for a little bit. Ends up with Squigma back in control. Doesn't seem like it's going to be for super long, and it isn't, with Xiphias getting a couple perfectly timed picks right there. A bomb going off. The Tri-Slosher managing to go just a little bit further back. Tent's trying to make a little bit more of an aggressive play as some strikes are going down. Let's see if it can get them a little bit more, and it does. Tent also now with a vac, but doesn't seem like there's anyone else around them to help support as they use it. Turns out they don't need to.
You know, maybe Kraken's just a one-man army right now here. At least they stalled some time with that vac, allowing the rest of Squigma to return to the scene of the battle here. That's a 2v1 here, taking another pick against Jose. Now Kraken is dead in the front lines. They're in there like swimwear, and at least taking a good position onto Ziphius' tent here. Now, that's allowing Garfy to move in with the Tetras here. You don't want to see a Tetra that deep into your spawn.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Ziphius here as the Tetra goes back. Managing to avoid getting a trade, at least not the worst option for him. Rook's still back up with a bubble, making sure that that spot cannot be painted by Ziphius for at least a little bit. Single digits now as Squigma is just about to secure a cap. Will Ziphius manage to get anything? And they do not.
Yeah, I think Squigma definitely showed up to Ziphius here, constantly keeping them in check and holding them at bay, whether that be from sending the Tetras all the way in or just not allowing to get too far with the tent here. Or also what I've noticed specifically whenever Ziphius tried to pull a counter push with the Inkjet, I think it gets immediately just canceled out by those strikes here, just already providing a little bit of a warning sign to go in here. And just it constantly allowed Squigma to remain in control of that zone here. Ziphius did manage, of course, to at least get to 75. They flipped the zone. But when it comes to at least counter pushing, you of course need to go for the flip, but you also want to try and go for the hold as well. You have to have that follow-up here. And now, we're going to go to Undertale Spillway Rainmaker.
We are falling down. Let's see if
Welcome to
Squigma can
the
keep that,
underground.
yeah.
Welcome to the underground. So then when it comes to Undertow on Rainmaker, I think one big thing to keep a note of is just how close quarters the entire stretch of the route is past that first checkpoint on the commonly used route. Of course, that left side half of the map here, you enter what I think several people I know and what I call the Fight Club, which is just, it's very close quarters. You know, you could be going down to anything.
Yeah, it really, anything can happen there. I mean, first rule of Fight Club is we don't talk about Fight Club, but we're talking about it here because it's very important, especially for this specific set. As we just saw, I think Squigma's really good at keeping and maintaining an advantage state, and if they can use that there, they might just take this game too.
Oh, but on the other side, though, we saw the potential arsenal that could come out from Ziphius. So we're seeing a little bit of a comp switch up here. Jose going on the custom blaster, Sluggy going on to the vanilla wellstring, as well as the Tri-Slosher and the Splattershot Pro still staying. But the comp that Ziphius is running with this time, it could be very deadly as long as they can find their footing. And already, there it is, getting rid of the tent and the Tetras. The sword and shield of Squigma have been removed. And now Ziphius is starting to move in. Jose's overextending real hard, but they will be punished by Rook before going down to the Rainmaker here. Now Ziphius need to get to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, it seems like both sides here are trying to push really hard, but not with everyone at the same time. Both sides started with one set of two and then just the one from Ziphius. Didn't work either time, but now Ziphius is just about to approach a checkpoint as it's already painted and they get it near immediately. Missiles waiting to be popped at any time. What else is being popped? That's the Rainmaker.
Well, then you already talked about how the first rule of Fight Club is to not talk about Fight Club. The second rule of Fight Club in Undertale Spillway is to have specials at the hand. And already the Ink Vac being popped to drop the Rainmaker, the Ultra Stamp being popped to pop the Bubble, the Reef Slider, the Tri-Strikes, all of the specials, and the Arsenal and the Dinner Table are being thrown out by Squigma just to make sure Ziphius can't get their push on any longer. And now Squigma is in control of the Rainmaker. They need to get past mid. Can Ziphius stop them?
Yeah, they had to throw everything but the kitchen sink to get that away from Ziphius. No blah blabbers here, but now that they did, they at least got it a little bit away. Checkpoint still popped. They didn't get it themselves, but could definitely be worse.
What will happen. We see player over here with the tri-strikes ready to go. It could carve a path for them, but now, right now, they have to dance away from those Tenta missiles flying in, and now the Rainmakers resets here. Squigma won't get any more progress here, and Xiphius is already pushed up. They have the Rainmaker popped. Garfy is lying in wait, though, with a Reef Slider to boot. They could get the jump of the century here, and now Garfy is striking, but Xiphius is running with the Rainmaker. Garfy sliding in with the Reef Slider. That won't get sluggy just yet, but with the additional cover coming from players' tri-strikes, it will allow the Rainmaker to drop right here.
But it refused. That Rainmaker just kept on going away, and it's back in the hands of Xiphius as they attempt another push. The Tent trying to stop them with another aggressive play, seeming like it worked there, but getting picked off as well. Mini getting the pop. Will they be taking Rain? Probably not, but they'll probably be making sure Xiphius doesn't get it themselves.
So Squigma is determined to at least keep Xiphius at bay right now. Rook has the hammer, as well as the Reef Slider coming out from Garfy. But right now, Xiphius is control the Rainmaker. Garfy's not going to get any kicks from that Reef Slider. There's 2 down on Squigma again, but Sluggy will be going down, I think, to a hammer toss by that Mini over here. But right now, Xiphius still has the Rainmaker. Jose's trying to go in. They have the splashdown ready to go. It will at least get rid of that Tent. Garfy's going down as well. Those two just cannot catch a break. And now they're entering the bottleneck ever. And they have a wipeout to boot. Can they get this knockout? No, they won't!
No, they don't. A wipeout right at the start of the most cramped spot on the map, and they do anyway. A wipeout that early was a really good sign for them. Didn't get it immediately, but with advantage like that, you knew they were going to eventually.
Numbers were already dwindling down, and just with the amount of firepower that Xiphius brings to boot, they will be taking game number 2.
Exactly. Defense wins championships, but it just felt like they had to play defense the entire time.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's like, yeah, I just realized, considering how this was basically at the end of the match, noticing the score right now, Squigma didn't even make it past mid. And Xiphius were just constantly ensuring that just the tempo, the overall tempo of the match was in their favor. And that way they didn't need to worry about going. That way they didn't need to worry about defending in the instant. They could just, you know, zero in on just the amount of pressure that they can exert.
Yep.
Anyways, apologies if there was a visual error here. Xiphius did of course win game 2, which means we're going to the tiebreaker. Game 3. Inkblot. Yeah, I mean, we're still thinking that this is Inkblot Clams.
I agree. I still think it's Inkblot. I heard you earlier said it was something like a garlic clove. I didn't see that originally, but now that I'm seeing it, you know, further, now that I'm seeing it closer, I can kind of see where you see that. I still think it looks a little bit more like that fried egg, but definitely understand where you're coming from there. Let's see if they're actually able to use it on either side.
Definitely so. I think, well, considering, I guess, the comp that we saw from Xiphius last time, I'm not sure if they're gonna stick with the Wellstring. But I think if that bow player goes back to the new bow, the one with the inkjet that we saw in Zones, that could be a really good spot to post up. So we'll just have to see. Xiphius is sticking with the Wellstring, their Rainmaker comp for this set. Meanwhile, we're still seeing the same out of, well, we're seeing a little bit of a switch up. Rook is now back on Zimmy, so we're seeing some bubble action on the side of Squigma. So this is for all the marbles. The winner of this match will be moving forward in winner's bracket. Tiger, take us away.
Well, Kraken immediately going in as per usual, getting one trade before getting picked out, distracting them long enough for some specials to be popped. A lot of clams, actually even on both sides, 7-7. No powers yet, but that's going to change soon. One being thrown specifically to the Zimmy as they get a power in the back. No one specifically having a strict control of the mid yet, but seems like it's going a little bit more towards Squigma as they stop that push.
2 members down on Xiphius as well. Rook is moving in. Those tri-strikes will secure cover, and the bubble is just a cherry on top. But Sluggy is moving in with that Ultra Stab, stopping that push before it can even begin player. At least managing to salvage that power clam and just at least getting the retreat, keeping it alive for a future push. Xiphius pulled down the line very effective here. Now, in terms of what Xiphias can bring to the table, there are Tentamissiles ready on Smokey. That is mass displacement supreme. It just depends on how well they can bring it out. But right now, Squigma is poised to start moving in. Can they get it going? Kraken will be backed into a corner. They're going down.
Kraken once again going super far, making sure that Xiphias has to struggle to make sure that they are gone. They are always making sure that they are a nuisance, that they are a problem, especially with their shield. They can go pretty much anywhere they want.
Definitely go wherever they want, just whenever they can here, considering just how wide and massive that tent shield is. Unfortunately, Xiphias' push is not going to get going, and that power climb is fading fast. That won't be alive for a little while longer, but meanwhile, E-Man is over here just building another one for Xiphias, so they're not just out yet. But right now, Squigma is poised to start moving in, especially with a pick onto Smokey here, and they're already posted up. Meanwhile, Xiphias is now juiced up on the Soders. Kraken has the vac. Garfey's popping the slider. Can it secure the space? There is at least 2 members down on Xiphias. Can Kraken finally break that barrier after halfway through the match? Yes, they can!
It only took pretty much every special in the game and like every single person getting spotted at least once, but there they had it. One power climb down, but the push seems to be over just as it began. 74 points down. A little bit more than just a power climb, but not much. Definitely something that Xiphias can immediately take back with the claims they have at the moment.
So here, they already have 2 power clams plus the pity lying in wait, and 3 specials ready to go here. The cooler's coming out first. That being said, Jose's going down. Sluggy's moving in with that Ultra Slam, attacking Rook. Rook will be going down. Checkmate. A hammer throw won't be getting any targets here. The barrier is broken. Jose is in position, but I don't think anyone else from Xiphias is there on the scene. But Smokey is still living, throwing more clams in to secure the push. Jose won't be getting that power climb in just yet, but there's 2 members down on Squigma. They could get that power climb in. We're getting a zoom in. Wait, won't be going in just yet. The Kraken is holding down the line. Wait, the push is still alive though. The push is still alive. It can be extended further. Squigma needs to start reacting fast.
Let's see if they can keep it going here. We weren't expecting it to go as much when that power clam was just barely missed right there, but they got to keep it going for a pretty solid lead. This is definitely going to be something that Squigma has to build a lot more to take.
Definitely so here, but already they're bringing out the arsenal with the tri-strikes flying out. The slider and the bubble are ready on Squigma as well here. There's going to be around 1 minute left for Squigma to take this lead back, but if they don't, they're getting knocked down into the loser's bracket.
Their game won't be over yet, but it will be a little bit harder to get to that grand finals.
Definitely will be here. And right now, Xiphias is already at Squigma's doorstep here, busting that bubble. Jose is already moving in to get more names on their belts here, with Rook going down in the trade, actually, here. Squigma has 2 members down, but at least 2 power clams left here. They need to start moving.
They had a lot of clams, and they were able to get one in. Xiphias once again getting the barrier open. Will they be keeping a push? Seems like it, with a double right off the bat. Couple more clams right there. Will they be thrown in? Yes, they are. The timer is all the way back up. 3 more in. There we go. 32 to 74. Just making sure Squigma has to build up that much more to take it back with 11 seconds left in the match. And the timer is still going. The run is not even done.
Aren't done just yet, but right now Squigma has overtime to work with. They have 2 power clams at their disposal, 1 in the hand of Kraken and the pity lying in base, but right now Xiphias is just gunning them down in mid with everything that they have. There's at least 2 specials ready on the side of Squigma. The bubble has been popped by Rook. Kraken is moving in with the vac. The pity has been picked up. The tri-strikes are coming out. The sliders coming out here. Everything. The kitchen sink, but the kitchen sink isn't enough for Squigma. No one went in to break the barrier. And with Xiphias holding down the line, that will secure them the game. They will be moving on in winner's bracket.
Yeah, the specials all came out at once. It was a lot of chaos, but ultimately, if that chaos had happened about 10 seconds earlier, they might have been able to get a power clam into the basket. We'll be seeing right here a lot of clams, but they just were not able to get it just fast enough to get it before overtime was done.
Yeah, definitely so here. even when you have a defensive behemoth that is the 10 shield, when you have a lot of weapons that can apply so much damage over the course of a short period of time, like the Wellstring and also the Tri-Slosher, I'd suggest, it just gets shredded down instantly, and just everything that you have that could potentially block all the incoming fire from Ziphius, that just gets shredded down. The bubble didn't just was gone instantly. The slider unfortunately couldn't get it on time. It was just a struggle for time on Squigma's end, and Ziphius just put them in a really, really unfortunate scenario at the end.
Yeah, especially with the last hope, especially at the end with the Vac, Stamp couldn't really care less about it, I should say, as it just kept going. Looked like a little bit that Mini was going forward, but they had to retreat a little bit as the Stamp was right in front of them, and then by that time, just a little bit too late.
Yeah, too little, too late for Squigma, but in the meantime, we will be gearing up for our next set of Fountain of Dreams. It serves up and Crash Out next. So don't go anywhere. Fountain of Dreams 11 will be back with winners quarterfinals. And and we are back with Fountain of Dreams 11. Like we said before the break, we are now covering winners quarterfinals with two teams, Serves Up and Crash Out. Serves Up is seed 4 and Crash Out seed 5, dead even in terms of the seeding right here, Tiger.
Yeah, they're one away. That's definitely something I love seeing. That means the match will very likely be very close. Hopefully, we get into the later games. Something else that I saw in Sendu is a head it. Please say we get to see one. I really hope we do.
Well, you know, head it. It's another one of those Swiss Army knife weapons that allows it to be just something that's consistently ran on a lot of teams. If you know the pencil isn't there, you know head it is right there and we're ready to welcome you in open arms with the movement speed and the amount of paint coverage that you get out of it here. So it could be anything from both Serves Up and Crash Out. And also something that I've noticed, we have now entered best of 5 sets, so now the action will be hotter, the sets are longer, and now we have counter picks, by the way. This is the thing that is also from Fountain Dreams, counter picks in the best of 5 sets, so we don't even know what the other 4 maps on right now. Here is Mako Mart Zones, 5 big booms for that apparently.
Incredible. I'd have to agree. 5 massive big booms for Mako. One of my favorite map mode combos.
Yeah, wow, they Strings really nailed the Costco likeness on Mako Mart, huh? Wow. Oh, but right now, I think it appears that the number. Oh, okay. Sorry. Just we're still in best of 5 sets. Do not be alarmed just yet. But we're just getting a little bit of a close up on Costco Mako Mart here. But when it comes down to Mako Mart zones, of course, I think, or just when it comes to Mako Mart in general, it's always about the high ground, in my opinion.
It really is. When you have the high ground, you have the game that just lets you control so much, especially if you can get one of your backlines to just sit wherever they need to sit, shoot wherever they need to shoot, look wherever they need to look. They can look anywhere, they can shoot anywhere, they can go anywhere. It really just is so much more difficult to stop.
And when you are, I guess, when you have a very oppressive backline that just can exert so much pressure from range, what happens, I think, a lot on Mako Mart is that a lot of AoE weapons start coming out. Well, it's not like they haven't come out already, but do expect buckets or blasters, the dynamic B duo, if you will.
Exactly. I would definitely be expecting a lot of just AoE. I'd expect a decent bit of range. I'm expecting a lot of paint. I'm expecting just a lot here in this, at least in this game, if not the whole set.
Definitely expectations are in order, but if I've known anything, maybe more specifically from the members of Serves Up, I think I definitely expect maybe expectations to be broken as we now go into game 1 of winners quarterfinals here. Already, the blaster in the bucket is present. Machine as well as, is that custom? Oh, that's vanilla blaster. Meanwhile, on the side of Serves Up, we are seeing the blaster, but we're also seeing Green Bean on the new Stamper and Zune on that new Dualies.
I haven't seen much of the new Stamper yet. I'm excited to see how it plays out. I'm also kind of surprised that there's the same blaster on both sides, but I want to see how each is approaching it a little differently. Both immediately went to their side's plat, but jumped off as well. Seems like Serves Up started with a little bit of a lead. The Pens stopping the blast from getting a little bit too far forward. They're charging up a Booyah to try to get the zone, and they get it.
Yeah, they will be able to secure that first zone here. Well, Serves Up will at least get the lead to 87, but that lead could easily be taken back by Crash Out, as we see right now. Serves Up, however, has a Booyah Bomb ready, but that being said, the blast is being cancelled out by Evan Star. That's no bubble for Serves Up just yet. They're holding them out really well, but Serves Up has 3 specials to go. The Cooler's coming out first, the Whale and the Booyah Bomb are imminent here. But right now, they're holding Serves Up really well.
Yeah, it seems like Crash Out's been pretty good at getting the picks they need to get just to keep Serves Up at bay. Crash Out's just making sure to keep control of wherever they got by all means necessary. Throwing an auto bomb up at the plat to try to stop them from staying up there. They know how oppressive that can be. Serves Up seemingly, yep, getting control anyway, 57 penalty points for Crash Out, but that is a large lead that Serves Up will need to maintain.
To hold them very... They need to hold Crash Out just as they held them earlier here, and already getting rid of Evan Star on the Blaster is a very good start. That's no bubbler for Crash Out, but right now the Booyah Bomb and another bubbler is ready on Crash Out, with the Booyah Bomb being charged by Green Bean being tossed up, which will not put Zone in neutral just yet, thanks to, I think that's Rosa on the pencil? I could be wrong here, but now Crash Out's trying to move in, but not so fast because Serves Up is still in control for now.
Exactly, that Booyah making sure at least stays neutral for now. They maintain control as Crash Out gets a pick, gets a trade. Pen back on the back plat, making sure that they have the sightline they need to stop Crash Out from going down on that left side.
Apparently so here. Serves Up is now very close to the knockout. They're in the single digits. They have the Blaster removed, but Green Bean tossing a Booyah Bomb, which will still keep it in neutral. But right now, I don't think Crash Out has any time left to retake this zone, Tiger, because Serves Up will be taking that first match in a knockout.
In a knockout it was. That Booyah, unfortunately, just barely not doing enough to give Crash Out that other chance that it needed there.
Yeah, while yes, Booyah Bomb is really good, of course, being both displacement and painting, it can't do both. You can't be the jack of all trades and be master of, I forgot how the analogy went here. So now that we know that, how do I say this, now that we have counter picks in play, what could we potentially see from Crash Out?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they usually go for. I'm excited to see what they pick in general. Do you know anything that they've done in the past? Any specific sets that they enjoy a little bit more?
Not really, per se. I'm more so, like, when it comes down to counter picks right now, when it comes down to teams that I'm relatively unfamiliar with, I think I'm more so thinking what could work with the comp from last game. And that's now that I'm like looking at it in retrospect, Crash Out's comp was really interesting for that first game. They were running both the Vanilla Blaster and the Embers Dualies. Those both have bubblers, so they're working with two bubblers here. It could be I'm unsure. It's a really interesting play here. So I don't know.
With two bubbles, they might be going for some kind of, if they keep the comp, at least they could be going for some kind of clam.
That could be possible. I think, especially considering the other weapons that they were running, which was, they had the sticker stamper, as well as, I kind of forgot the fourth weapon.
Yeah, beats me too. But I think what I remember seeing from them though was that when they went forward, they took space and they kept it. The main thing that I saw as their flaw was just that they could not retake that space that they got originally.
Yeah, it's once again always about the follow-up, ensuring that while yes, the flip is important, the hold is just as, is not only just as, but even more important in certain instances. And even still, it's like you mentioned before. Oh, and we have our map. I was thinking it was going to be Rainmaker for some reason, and we're right back on Undertale Rainmaker.
We have fallen down yet again, right back in Undertow for a Rainmaker game.
So then what, do you feel like we could see a comp switch up for both teams, maybe even more so for Crash Out, because like double bubble could definitely prove useful, especially considering how close quarters that first checkpoint area and further is. It could just shield them from all the incoming specials that'll fly out from Serves Up.
I do think that a double bubble would help in that scenario, but I do think what they are thinking they need a little bit more is some kind of more offensive thing to get that power themselves rather than to just defend it from the other side.
That's true, because I'm thinking now that their at least Crash Out's cooler option was Headed, which then means the only offensive special that they had was the Booyah Bomb on the side of Green Bean with the Stamper. So some additional aggression. Yeah, some additional aggression could be useful.
100% agree there. I would think a little bit more offense is probably what they would want to be going for here.
So then in that case, do you think Serves Up would also maybe switch gears, considering that, well, I'm not sure if Machine could have its, well, of course, Machine does have its case for a lot of modes and maps in general, but are we going to see stuff like that? Maybe even the Vanilla Blaster in a Rainmaker match like this one?
I personally would be a little bit surprised to see the Blaster, but I've seen a lot of times where that Machine does pretty well on this map and mode in the past, and it could very well do so again here.
What? It's just only a matter of time until we dive into it here, and we can't even discuss what the forecast will be in the future, because right now this forecast is on every single map outside of Undertale. Spillway, Rainmaker is an unknown variable. It's counter picks all around, and I think like moving on, I think all the sets will have counter picks. So then, not just us, but the casters in the next block have our work cut out for them.
Yeah, we'll have to actually have a forecast on what to expect here. We could try to predict what they'd be going for, but I don't quite have the info on how they play each map and mode to really accurately predict what they'd be going for next.
Yeah, same thing here. And now we're going into the game. What are we going to see from both teams starting? Okay, so we're already seeing the Zekofin splatter scope on the side of Serves Up, and meanwhile, Crash Out is sticking with their guns.
You'll have to see it. I think a backline of a Hedit is great. I think a backline of a ZNF is great. Immediately taking that spot on top, getting the pop, a lot of op sounds.
A lot of popping indeed here. And I think maybe one more thing that we didn't notice was that I think Silix is on the end zap, so we're seeing some frontline cooler action on the side of Crash Out now that Mirage has switched onto the Zekofin, and Silix is moving in, taking out Green Bean at least, but that being said, the Blaster has gone down on Serves Up. But Silix is playing this very aggressively, getting rid of Evanstar before going down in a trade, and Griplord does at least take the Rainmaker, putting at least 3 points on the board nonetheless, but right now, that can easily be taken back.
Yeah, they did get points on the board, but when they immediately lose pretty much everyone, including the control of mid, Serves Up can more than take back that 3-point loss. Seems like they're getting checkpoint, but not much more.
Not more indeed. They get stopped as soon as they pop that first checkpoint, but even still, they at least get that first checkpoint on their belts, but now can Crash Out get this lead back here with Zune already going down. That's their first special being immediately cancelled out by the Blaster on the side of Serves Up here. Is Crash Out eyeing? Oh, I was gonna say, is Crash Out eyeing that right side? I thought they were for a second, but they weren't just yet here. The first bubble's flying out. The Booyah Bomb has been tossed by Green Bean. That second bubble is also ready to go here. Can they make use of those 2 bubbles?
Yeah, it seems like Green Bean's smelling blood on the water on the right side, but they're still pushing the Rainmaker to the left. They get the bubble there, but let's see if the Rainmaker can actually find its way to that checkpoint. Strikes behind, just barely missing its purchase, as the Rainmaker keeps on firing.
Yeah, of course, the artillery from the Rainmaker is not to be underestimated, but of course, like many things in this game, there has to be some follow-up to that as well, and Griplord won't be seeing that first checkpoint just yet. But there's a Booyah Bomb being charged from Green Bean. Evanstar tried to go for a flank, but that's going to be unsuccessful here. Green Bean is in a pop war right now with the rest of Serves Up and with Griplord waiting in tow. But right now, it does not look like Crash Out will be getting a lot more progress because they're backing up into mid right now.
Yeah, it seems like they had a good push there. They unfortunately were just unable to follow through. They've backed up, which I think was probably the right decision in that scenario. Rainmakers reset while they're back in mid with pretty decent control. They could be going for another one right away.
Exactly. They have 2 specials ready to go already. Evanstar will pop the first bubble, getting rid of Silix. Green Bean has the Booyah Bomb ready to go. Evanstar is going to be able to take out not just Mirage, but also the Blaster on the side of Serves Up. A 3-peat for them. And now Crash Out will be able to get the first checkpoint here. It's a 1-point differential. So the Booyah Bomb has been cancelled out by Crash Out here. If they just move an inch, they will get the lead. And that's what Crash Out will do before going down. It's now 39-60, only when the Hedit moves just a couple more inches.
Yeah, they went fast, they went aggressive, and it paid off. They are now in the lead 39, getting a lot of picks and a lot of trades. Seems like their run forward, at least here, is done for now, but it leaves Serves Up with only an option to keep going forward themselves.
Definitely so, especially considering there's 1 minute 30 seconds left in the match here. Already, the Rainmaker's been reset, but right now it's being painted primarily by Crashout, but that Blaster's lying in wait, waiting for the moment to strike on Evanstar, but they have been called out, not just by Evanstar, but by Green Bean as well. Some Booyah Bombs flying out from both of those weapons, and they're going down to the Soda, the Fizzy from Zune, and now Crashout is starting to play the game that Serves Up did on them back on zones, just holding them at mid very effectively. But right now, I think Serves Up is starting to finally trickle forward, maybe finding the ground, but can they at least secure at least a numbers advantage already? With the Blaster going down, things could look dire.
Yeah, it seems like Serves Up is really good at maintaining the skill of patience, but at this time, it seems like they're going to need to be doing something soon. We saw that Blaster sharking earlier. They were making sure they had the time right before going. Looks like they thought the time was right here, but the Rainmaker has been stopped for now. 30 seconds left. Something's got to give. No one's near the Rain as the Headit picks it up from Crashout. They're moving over. 20 seconds left. Machine with a special. Headit still just firing away. Almost down to 10. Getting picks, taking numbers, taking names, making sure that they are safe in that bubble. No one gets near as the clock ticks down to 0.
There's those two bubbles, making good use of the fact that they have two bubbles in that final moment for Crashout here, evening up the set 1-2-1 here. It definitely looked like Crashout was at a little bit of a standstill, but then they found their footing. They managed to both secure space and picks here, and then they broke past that first checkpoint and started running it. You did it for Crashout, and here's the replay.
Yeah, at the very end, they know when they go forward, they can go forward. And it seems like one of their greatest strengths is just being able to take a push and go with it. They're playing against Serves Up here, who are really great at keeping what they have, but unfortunately they just couldn't clash in that right way.
Yeah, it's just with the amount of things that... Oh, yeah. Anyways, yeah. Yeah.
Making it 1-1, Serves Up against Crashout. I'm wondering exactly what they're going to be doing for Game 3. I believe they can pick anything besides what's just been going on. I don't think they're going to be going for anything similar. I feel like they might be going for something different. I love this song. Prostix? We've definitely seen some pretty close matches so far, as to be expected with 1 seed differentials, 1-1. I'm hoping we get to a Game 5. I'm expecting to see probably tower control somewhere. I don't know what they'd be going for. I just have the feeling that it's what they're going to want here.
Yeah. Also, sorry, I was gone for a second. I think I disappeared into the void of the Fountain of Dreams. Shout out that Melee stage.
Shoutouts to Super Smash Bros. Melee. And it was tower control. It seems like, is that...
Wait.
Is it
what?
Ship Shape?
This is Ship Shape. Wow. That was very zoomed in on like one specific side of Ship Shape.
Shoutouts once again to our artists who made these incredible, incredible stage depictions. Well, apparently you can.
So this illustration of Ship Shape Cargo Co was done by our wonderful streamer Ellie, who did like a lot of the animations for the stream, as well as shout out Ellie, shout out String, shout out Z, like I said before here. So we said before that set is still evened up. We are going to see game 4 potentially. Well, we are going to see game 4, but I think we've seen like a lot of adaptability from, I think, Serves Up in particular, because they were the ones that switched up the comp in the Undertale Rainmaker match.
Yep, they were the one that did the biggest switch. Seems like it tried. Oh, never mind. We are right into the next one. Let's see if they switched anything here, and let's see how it paid off for them.
Yes, we are. We're seeing another switch. Mirage. Oh, that's really interesting here. Mirage, who was playing Charger previously, is now on V-Shot, and Silix is going to the Wiper. Now Rosa is going to be on the is now joining the fray, going on to Pencil for Serves Up. Meanwhile, on the side of Crash Shot, we're still seeing 2 bubbles.
I mean, if it worked, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the phrase I was looking for. What they did change, though, there's now a pen on both sides. Fizzy is going out as a Cooler goes in a spot that I just don't think they will be able to get to soon. They're backing up. Will they be able to get it? One did. They're running away from the Booyah. 90 points left for Crash Out as it ticks down even further. But again, with these, it could go either way, especially when there's still 4 minutes left in the match.
Yeah, and what I'm now realizing, I think now, like in this mode more than ever, Crash Out will love using 2 bubbles here, because I think what we've been seeing is that Zune uses their bubble more aggressively here. I think that's what it's not just Zune, but I think like one of like either Evanstar or Zune is going to be using their bubble aggressively, and the other one will be using their bubble supportively. So then one of the bubbles going in just in front of Serves Up face, the other one is shielding the tower here, and that's just, it's an impenetrable wall that Crash Out is delivering. Right here, we see Evanstar deploy the bubble right up at right close to that second checkpoint here, and now Crash Out is reaching that second checkpoint here. Now things could look dire, but now Silix is popping 2 with the hammer. Can Serves Up beat them before they get that final checkpoint?
Yeah, once those bubbles were gone, it seemed like that stamp was about to be really, really bad, and it was. It got 2, but doesn't mean that it was going to immediately end their push. Looks like it kind of did, though. They're down to 6 points, which is going to be really difficult, but doesn't mean that we can count Serves Up out.
They're in the hot seat right now. They need to get a knockout in order to win. They need to get a win in order to win here. And right now, Mirage is looking for targets, being able to get rid of Zune here. And now they're moving in. Silix is gone, unfortunately, but we're seeing Solm. They have the Booyah Bomb ready to go. That can, of course, provide some space and some more comfort if it's thrown onto the tower. Griplord's going down. There's 3 members down on Serves Up. It's only Rosa, and they're forced to jump out to flee back to spawn.
Yeah, they have to immediately retreat all the way back as Crash Out immediately takes control of what they lost. Pen on the tower, making sure that no one approaches on the left as they're charging up that Cooler just by passively standing and painting. That Cooler is going to be very nice for their teammates as they rush forward. I'm expecting some more aggressive bubbles. I'm expecting maybe a defensive bubble, but more likely one that just lets them keep on pushing, keep on fighting.
It just allows those fight-hungry members of Crash Out, like Green Bean as well as Zune, to just work a lot easier. But I think Evanstar went down before they could deploy that bubbler here, and Serves Up is starting to bring out the arsenal with only Griplord left here, and they're outnumbered. They're forced to jump back here. Good choice on their end, and Evanstar is managing to get a closing pick onto Mirage, potentially onto Silix as well, landing a direct on them here. And once again, Serves Up is no, not Serves Up, but Crash Out is not allowing Serves Up to break out of mid just yet.
Yeah, Evanstar knew that push was over, but that didn't mean that they just had to allow Serves Up to take the center like it was nothing. Immediately getting 2 picks before, unfortunately, getting got by the pen.
Now, speaking of the pen, Rosa's gone down right off rip. Evanstar is looking for more picks already, getting rid of Psalm. There's a potential pick onto Silix, but Silix is being forced to jump out right now. Evanstar's gone down. Green Bean is up ahead. Same thing with Zune. There's going to be around a minute left for Serves Up to take this back, and with Mirage get rid of Griplord, this could be the start of it.
This could be the start of something great. That bubble is used, but it is down. 1 minute left as Serves Up is running forward, immediately taking space, making up for lost time here. Booyah coming out, not getting a pick, but stopping the tower for now. Cooler coming out, so it seems like Serves Up can afford to be a lot more aggressive for the time being.
Definitely something that could be good for the weapons of Serves Up, Wiper, and V-Shot as well. Green Bean tried to intercept. They did at least eliminate a couple seconds off the clock for Serves Up. There's under 30 seconds now, 20 seconds left on the clock for Serves Up to get this lead back. Remember, they need to get to 6, and they did get rid of 3 members of Crash Outs down. They need to make this push work into overtime, but Solm has the Booyah Bomb, and Silix has the hammer. There's a Zuka coming out from Mirage. The hammer's coming out from Silix. Green Bean has gone down. Evanstar's gone down. But Rose has gone down as well. That's no Soto. And now this is it here. Serves Up needs to constantly stay on that tower. Silix is on it. And that jump will be cancelled out. And the intercept has been executed by Crash Out here. They won't allow an overtime sweep happen, which will secure them that game.
Yeah, it was an incredible run up until that end there. They were getting some great picks with some great special uses, countering a lot of what Crash Out had to offer, but it just unfortunately wasn't enough there at the end.
Yeah, they did utilize their specials at a really good time here, the Zuka and the Hammer coming out here, but I think one thing I definitely also need to say about Ship Shape is that second checkpoint on tower control here. It's a really easy spot for the defending team to just get to. So obviously good choice by Silix to immediately contest it here, but then already the rest of Crash Out just collapsed onto whoever was riding the tower. I think that was Solm at the time, and then those jumps were just jumps to their demise at the end. Same thing with Silix returning as well. So once again, Crash Out just put Serves Up in the hot seat here. They pushed their lead to 6, and then we're just comfortable with playing defense. But even still, they played that offense very well, not allowing them to break out of mid until overtime.
Yeah, I guess we can see that they're really comfortable putting Serves Up under pressure or something.
He said the name of the org.
It's the name. It's the name, and they're living up to it.
The name of the org. Roll credits. Roll
credits.
Anyways, this could be the end for Serves Up if Crash Out does take the final game, which once again, we don't know the map. So in terms of a counter pick, what could possibly happen on Serves Up? Because they're very adaptable for this entire set here. And yeah. Oh.
Well, it looks like we got it here. This is Umami, correct? And it's clams.
This should be Umami. That is the rectangle. I think that's the rectangle.
That is the rectangle.
So then Umami
looks like those runes to me.
Well, considering their weapons on that tower control map, Silix finally going back on that Wiper, and with the shot coming out from Mirage, and Rosa sticking on the pencil this time around, I think things could shape up for something really really good for Serves Up, just considering how aggressive they could potentially be. But when it comes to Crash Out, what we've learned so far in this set is that they want to commit to that double bubble, and when there are 2 bubbles, at least one bubble ready, getting to Crash Out's basket could be a little bit testy.
Yeah, and when Crash Out gets to another basket, they can just keep it. They just keep wherever they go really well with those bubbles, especially with the 2 different ways that they use them.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't even need to be restricted to one person has to play it supportively, one person needs to be aggressive with it, because both Evanstar and Zune are just very adaptable. They just kind of flow in between spaces, in between roles here. Of course, the Dualies can just skirmish very effectively, but so can Blaster, and they both have their certain attributes, but we'll just see what's in store, because Mirage just switched to T-Tech. There is now some strikes to worry about on the side of Serves Up here.
I'm excited to see how the strikes are used. It's a 2-1. Let's see if we can get to game 5 with those. Immediate pressure on the left side from Serves Up. Middle contested. Seems like some clams being got, not a full one yet, but immediately a cooler. Serves Up affording immediately to be more aggressive, and they take advantage of that Crash Out immediately going 2 down.
And those 2 members that went down those two members that went down are the bubble holders here. So that's definitely something that you want on the side of Serves Up here right now. As a power climb has been built, Zune has gone down once again. Green Bean is trying to hold down the line, getting rid of Mirage. That's no strikes for Serves Up just yet, but the bubbles are starting to fly out. There's a Booyah Bomb being targeted by Solm here. Zune's got to run from that. They will survive that encounter. So once again, I think the action is resetting back to mid.
Yeah, it seems like mid is now incredibly highly contested. Serves Up once again with that objective to just remove the defense, but they haven't quite got that yet. They did get 2 down, though. Seems like they might have a push here.
Yeah, I think we saw Green Bean trying to go for the intercept, but I think they fumbled the bag there here. But Silix has gone down. The strikes have come out from Mirage, but no one from Serves Up is moving in just yet here. It could be a waste, but we just have to see what could pop out from Serves Up in the meantime here, as Crash Out is once again a little bit behind right now, a little bit hesitant to enter mid right now, because I think we're nearing halfway through the match right now, Tiger, and no one has scored.
Yeah, no one's scored, at least from how I've seen Serves Up. I feel like they have a lot of resources like any time, but when they use them, I just feel like, at least in this specific match, they haven't gotten the follow-up that they've needed for that kind of push. That Booyah, though, getting a pick, Crash Out possibly getting a nice push of their own with a cooler, still being a little bit defensive for now. Blaster making sure the one down there has to jump. They're going a little bit forward, not sure if they're going to get close to the basket or if it's just going to stay defended for now.
Oh, considering what special Serves Up has right now, entering the basket area for if you're Crash Out could be dangerous. There's a Booyah Bomb and Tri-Strikes ready on the side of Serves Up, and Green Bean has just gone down. Your one member down. Evan Star has popped the cooler. That's going to be immediately shredded down by those Tri-Strikes, and that's definitely what could finally be the answer to those 2 bubbles on the side of Crash Out. And Serves Up is moving in, trying to immediately retake mid here. Silix has unfortunately gone down first. I think that was another member jumping back to Rosa over here. Once again, we're nearing 2 minutes left of the match, Tiger. No one has scored.
No big push yet. It really just it's been near miss from both sides. They've been getting a lot of picks, but there just hasn't been enough from either side to really be able to go into the spot that they need.
We'll just have to see if things can shake up within the last 2 minutes of the game. There's 2 power clams being tossed around on the side of Serves Up. Zune is trying to make a break in here with that bubble here, but they have been intercepted by Silix. The strikes have come out from Mirage as well here. If I'm just saying, because Serves Up has 2 picks and 2 power clams at the helm, if they can get it, if they can go in, it is! They finally get points on the board!
And if 90 seconds left in the match as Serves Up gets their first power clam into the basket, the first one of the game, and it continues going. 56, possibly going to be lower. Did they jump in with clams? It didn't look like they did. And it looks like that push is going to end with 56. Definitely still doable, but with the pace of this game so far, it will really mean that Crash Out has to keep on going if they want to get something in time.
1 minute left for them to work with here. The bubble, one of the bubbles and a Booyah Bomb has been tossed out from Crash Out already. Green Bean has gone down, Silix has gone down here. All of Crash Out are being sheltered under the bubble. Here comes the second bubble from Evan Star here. This could be what Crash Out needs if Griplord can find the space, but right now Serves Up is holding them at the line. Griplord is being forced to move back. I think Green Bean just picked up the pity potentially here. Things are starting to get volatile for Crash Out because there's 30 seconds, not even 30 seconds, 20 seconds left on the clock here, and already Serves Up has a Tri-Strike ready to go.
28 clams on Crash Out's side here, and they just can't get close enough to use them at the moment. They popped a bubble. Will that help them? It's a tiny one, and it's still just barely there. They're just a couple of feet away from getting right into that basket. No power clams are close enough yet, and overtime is almost done. Did they jump in? And they got the jump!
Wait.
What?
Wait. Okay. This is gonna sound crazy. I think I know exactly what happened within this insane overtime push.
Did the blaster just...
because I think what happened was that I'm not sure if it was Evanstar or if it was Zune, but one of the bubble users went in, popped bubble here, and everyone else on Crash Out who was in mid, they had power clams. So then they jump to that bubble beacon and then immediately cash in and claim the benefits.
Yeah, I was a bit confused because that bubble right there ended up not leading to much, but I think what happened is that Evanstar right about now was going forward. We just cut away from them as they're there. They go right under the basket, allowing for the jumps that they needed.
That wasn't even with the bubble. Evanstar
just
the bubble before. Out of sheer love of the game, apparently. Wow. So, in a surprising overtime push Crash Out, they will be the winners of Winners Bracket quarterfinals. They have their tickets punched to semis.
Yeah, and they fought hard to earn those. Those were some really close, really good games to watch.
Yeah, wow. But of course, this isn't the end of Serves Up's journey just yet. Here, of course, being knocked down to losers brackets isn't the end. You just gotta crawl and climb a little bit harder here. And already, Crash Out have their matchup next with Hey-Man, but I don't think we're seeing that just yet here, because we're seeing the other end of winners bracket semis. Xiphius, the return of Xiphius, and Reload.
Okay, Xiphius seed 7 versus seed 3, I think. A little bit further away than what we just saw here, but that doesn't really mean much based on what we've seen. It really could go either way.
It definitely could go either way, but right now, I think we're just going to take a little bit of a break right before. I think we can just go straight into it. Actually, comes to think of it,
sounds good to me.
And there it is, Xiphius and Reload, winners bracket semifinals.
I'm looking forward to this one. I have yet to see Reload in action, but from some of the stuff that I have seen, I am looking forward to seeing what they end up doing.
Yes, definitely. I'd agree, because we saw already what Xiphius can do, just the amount of pressure that they can exude with, whether that be from their weapons alone or from the explosive specials that they keep bringing out here. Meanwhile, on the other end of the teams, we have Reload, and I haven't seen them in a while, actually.
Yeah, I haven't seen them in a bit, but I'm looking forward to seeing how they face off against Xiphius here. Will they be able to match the explosiveness, the aggression, the power that we saw Xiphius bring in their original games?
There it is. There's the first game of the set, which will be once again on Undertow. Or when I say Undertow,
I believe that is ShipShape. Yeah.
That is not Undertow. That is not Undertow. I mean when I lie. This is ShipShape. You're returning to ShipShape once again, but this time it is on ShipShape zones. I think the lockout is going to be a lot more prevalent here.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a lot more difficult to take back, I would say, on this compared to others.
Yeah, if either Xiphius or Reload can just claim spaces, if they can just like hold the ground, hold the line, basically, this could just be the lockouts and the game over.
Yeah, we saw Xiphius able to do that as well, and then Reload possibly able to do the same. We'll have to see if they can match that same just pure power when maintaining whatever they currently have.
Yeah. It's been a while since we saw Xiphius. Do you remember what we saw from... Okay, if I remember, right now I can remember that Xiphius brought out the new Splattershot Pro because I can recognize the missiles. I think there was also a Blaster and a Mini of sorts, if I remember correctly.
That sounds about right to me.
And
Squigma, yeah.
And I think like one thing that I constantly see from Xiphius specifically is their choice to have the custom Tri-Slosher as their soda option.
Yeah, it's definitely not the most common pick, but it is one that, at least so far, has seemed to be working for them. They get the aggression, that tough frontline power, while also being able to keep that aggression going themselves.
So just a PSA. So now we're going into things here. Just noting it. Ziphius is in blue, Reload is in orange here, and both teams are already trying to take a claim onto the bridge. But Tamper will be going down. Jose in. Jose won't be going too far. There's 2 members down on a Reload right now, as Ziphius will be taking that first zone.
Yeah, it looks like the colors are wrong for each team, so we are starting this match in opposite day as Ziphius immediately takes this zone to start. They seem to be holding it as well. I'm surprised to see a Bamboo. I am an incredibly big Bamboo fan. I hope that they do well here. Seems like they immediately get got as soon as I say that, so I'm going to try to not give them the curse that I am bestowing upon them at the moment.
Want to apply commentator's curse one more time here, Tiger, because Ziphius is already halfway through their points out of the 40 threshold into the 30s here. Sluggies is just applying those chip damage bombs with the Stringer. I think that's Whales coming out from Reload. Same thing with the Crab, same thing with the Zipcaster. Reload needs to start moving because Ziphius is still moving. They just got a wipeout here. They could just knock this out.
It could just be right away. Single digits left and no one nearby to do anything. No specials, no range that's that long, and immediately the game is over.
I don't think Ziphius like flipped to the I don't think Ziphius lost the zone even once. I think the zone did go into neutral maybe once or twice with a Reload getting the flip, but it's like we've been saying within a lot of our zones matches within this tournament. The flip is one thing, but of course you have to have that follow-up.
Yeah, here's the Yor Did It replay, and they Yor Did It indeed. We saw them just purely outrange, outpower. They got a lot of specials from Reload, but they just were able to manage them. They got the zone into neutral, but they just weren't able to get enough. Ziphius purely making sure they got control of wherever they needed to go and wherever they needed to be.
There's that lockout. I think that I was a little foreshadowing before we got into that match here. I think Ziphius played that lockout game very effectively. Thank you, of course, for the Yor Did It replay. Scorch Gorge, right? This is Scorch Gorge? The Scorch Gorge clams for game 2? This is Scorch Gorge, right, Tiger?
That looks right to me. I would assume that. Mostly just because of the grade up there. Once again, shout outs to our artists. I'm not sure quite who made this. Thank you so much.
the dead fish up top on the final, I think on like the background of Scorch Gorge. So Scorch Clams is a definitely interesting. I think Clams map again. I think it's because like the basket area is just very, very close quarters, so you need to just have everything in order before you can truly commit to a push. Did we see the Splattershot Pro last game actually from Smokey?
I think so. I didn't see much of it, but I do believe it was there. On this map, let's see. They're going immediately to those ramps. The ramps are very important here. It's pretty much your only thing out of mid into the basket.
Unless you are brave enough to take the Greats here. And already Sluggy's going down. That's no inkjet for a potential push on the side of Ziphius here. Reload is trying to at least play the game a lot more, at least aggressively trying to take fights and winning them here because there's 3 members down. It's only Sluggies left here. Toenail is moving in with the Zipcaster here, trying to at least get a little bit of a distraction going because Reload just got 2 power clams in basket for the first push.
Yeah, we just watched that Stamper be a menace and a nuisance to the other team as the entire rest of their own were able to go in and get literally 2 full power clams in a couple seconds.
That's a very strong start to the game if you are Reload. Right now, Ziphius does have 3 specials to work with. The Cooler is already coming out from E-Man. The Inkjet is coming out from Sluggies as well here. And now Timmy's trying to at least deploy some anti-air equipment, getting rid of Sluggies before going down to Smokey with that new Pro. I think they fired the missiles off as well. Right now, though, Ziphius needs to start getting their clams in order and start a push potentially.
Exactly, their clam economy needs to go up, and it needs to go up pretty fast. They're trying to get some picks, which is pretty good because, I mean, obviously if they're gone, they don't get clams to throw in, and they can't throw any clams if they aren't there to throw them. They have some specials going from the left, getting a pick from that as well. Just about to form a power clam, and they immediately get it, starting one of their own. How long will it last? Doesn't seem like very long because they are kind of forced away from the basket. One's running forward, but it seems like that basket is up as soon as it went down.
Yeah, they unfortunately couldn't get a lot out of that push, only getting a single power clam in. But right now they do still have the numbers advantage, getting rid of gold as well as DJ Toenail. Same thing with Timmy as well. E-Man is almost at one more power clam for Xiphius, but right now, did Reload just pick up the pity? That's an interesting play, but right now Xiphius is pulling all their clams into E-Man's pockets. Sluggies has the Inkjet, but right now Reload has deployed the anti-air equipment, once again getting rid of that Inkjet. But I think were those 2 power clams?
That was 2 power clams. I was going to say they had not done a massive push for the first one. They did bring it within the range of 2 power clams, and that was exactly what they needed here to bring it down. 50 points remaining to 54. They have the lead. It's not a very large one, but it is one that we have seen they are able to maintain.
Yeah, they can just hold these very tight leads for a very long while here. But right now, Reload has 4? That's 4 power clams right now? Just 3. Yeah, there's 3 in the hands of the players.
3 plus the pity.
That's 4. Insane.
Oh, that's 4.
Yeah, but right now 3 of them are fading fast already. Their clam economy is looking a little rough right now, but right now they will at least get a pick onto E-Man. No soda for Xiphius, but now they're going to have to run away from these missiles. Toenail won't be getting much out of that Zipcaster as well here. I think Reload's just scrambling right now, trying to collect the resources, trying to claim space, because there's 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock for them to work with.
Yeah, that crab making sure that ramp and entrance to the basket was clear, but they just didn't have enough clams. They didn't have really any clams that they could use to push forward and go there, and now by the time that they would even start, they kind of can't. Xiphius is already in their baskets area as well.
Definitely. They're already pushed right up. They don't have a power clam just yet, but okay, well, as soon as I say that, Xiphius just gets another break.
Yet again.
And there it is. The basket is open, but right now Xiphius does not look to be wanting to score a lot more, but at least it's just eliminating time off of Reload's clock, because right now there's going to be around 45 seconds for them to work with.
It does eliminate some time, but it also does give them a pity, which means that they can keep using the clams without having to farm as many of their own. It definitely was a decent push, but because it didn't go further, it could result in just a net negative if, if they can get countered.
Yeah, and right now I think they're getting countered pretty effectively here. There's 2 members down on Reload before. Once again, Xiphius holding that very tight lead for a very long amount of time. We're going to be entering the final couple seconds of the match. They still have that pity clam left in base, which will trigger overtime. But right now, Xiphius has 3 specials ready to defend. Missiles, Inkjet, and Splashdown. Those are really explosive here and can basically cover the entirety of the clam basket area here. Timmy is firing off with the crab tank here, already getting rid of E-Man here, but the Splashdown and the Inkjet are coming out. Gold is not finding any space. Gold's going down to the missiles as well. Toenail's trying to at least get some picks on their belt as well, but I think their jump is being camped out by Jose, who will get rid of DJ Toenail. Hammy Sammy will at least get the clam in, but the time has ran out.
Wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. All the specials from the other side really just coming in handy. They're stalling it quite literally just enough, making sure that basket did not get in before the game was over.
Yeah, just once again putting Reload in a very hot seat. Let's check the Your Did It replay to see it all unfold one more time.
Wonderful music accompanying this, but even more wonderful was the just pure power that they got from saving all of those specials until right when they needed it. They got a lot of picks. They were down a couple players. It just bought them enough time.
Yeah, and then even when they got that clam into the basket, it was just right when the timer ticked 0, which will put Xiphius 2 games in the lead. It's going to put Xiphius at match points. Reload needs to start upping the ante.
Yeah, they're going to need to really keep pushing if they want to get into a victory here. If they win, we're going to see a Game 5. Well, if they win the next 2. I'm hoping to see it personally just because I love Game 5s.
Oh, we love to see Game 5s here, no matter which tournament it's on. So now it just depends on what counterpick we're going to be seeing from Reload here.
Yeah, I'm a little unsure on what they're really going to be going for here. It seems like they've tried some different stuff and it just didn't work out for them. If they can find something that fits their niche here, it might lead to a game 4 or 5.
Yeah, if I know one thing about Reload for sure, it's that they run really effectively as so long as they have space to work around. But then when they're going up against a team that can control space as effectively as Xiphius here, it could be very volatile for them if they just don't find the space necessary to work around here. And on a map like Mahi Mahi's zones here, I think space is very, very important here.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the beginning when there isn't as much to work with, they might be a little bit on the back foot, but once this area opens up, once they get that bigger space to work with, once they get those little extra stuff on the sides, I feel like they might be able to then use that to their advantage.
Oh yeah, I can obviously see, I think Hammy Sammy's going to be able to move a lot more freely once that water level drops. It's what Carbons can do very effectively here. And now we enter the potential conclusion. It's match point for Xiphius here, and we're seeing them stick with their comp from last set. Meanwhile, we have lost the Bamboozler. I'm sorry, Tiger, but we're seeing gold on the I think the other kit of Headit, which will have Crab. So right now, Reload is coolerless.
Reload is coolerless. I see Headit. I love Headits. I do love Bamboos. It is my main, but it doesn't seem like it worked out for them. It seems like Xiphius immediately takes this. As we were kind of saying earlier, they didn't have the space that they would want. They didn't have the room to work around, and it seems like Xiphius took advantage of that and got a pretty early capture. Once the water goes down, though, it really is going to change the whole game.
Oh, definitely so here. The water level is dropping. The zone has been flipped by Timmy's Reef Slider. We're seeing the return of Vanilla Dreadringer in the hand of Timmy. Right now, though, Reload needs to have that holding power, but with Hammy Sammy going down, with Gold potentially at least striking back, though, here, they could still be in control for a little while longer. They're out of their penalty points and counting down. 56 is definitely attainable, but right now you need that staying power that we've been talking about for this entire tournament stream.
Yeah, I mean, right there we just saw Goldilocks go in at just a slightly different angle, and it worked out for them. And now that they have it with this extra room on the side, you can see it, they immediately flocked over there. They immediately got there, and it seems like, unfortunately, they are about to lose the zone 1 point away from the lead.
Oh, definitely so here. And once again, we're back at those really tight score differentials that Xiphius has just constantly been able to play around here. They're almost out of their penalty points to begin with here. They're going to be in the single digits. Hammy Sammy has the Zuka ready, but they're being just forced out by the, I think by the bow here. But Gold has popped the Crab, but they're all going down to Jose. That blast, but here comes the Reef Slider from Timmy immediately. Flipping the zone, but flipping the zone isn't enough. You need to have that follow-up, and I don't think Reload had the follow-up there.
Yeah, they keep getting the cap just with their special, but they just can't seem to maintain it. They keep getting it immediately with the Reef Sliders and with just paint, but once they get it, it really hasn't been theirs for super long. They keep adding penalty points, but at some point they're going to need to find a way for them to keep it for longer than 5 or 6 points.
Definitely so here, because Xiphius have just extended their lead to 36 here. The missiles are coming out from Smokey as well. Reload's got to start moving away from those right now. And I think Xiphius is going in. Hammy Sammy's getting rid of Smokey here. They're at least cheesing out the ledges, getting rid of Jose as well. Reload are now out of their penalty points. They're counting down. Do they have the staying power to take this lead back?
It really... I think they do. There's single-digit point left in the lead, and they immediately get it. They just had control when they needed it, and it worked out for them as the points keep on going down. Goldilocks on the right, making sure that no one can drop down easily. Inkjet coming up from the top, trying to get a pick in, trying to get a little bit of extra paint on that zone as it drops down to 10 remaining. It keeps on going. It's down to 5, 4, wipe out, and that must be game.
There it is. Finally, Reload have finally found their footing. They have popped out they have exemplified the staying power that is needed to stay in control of the game and take back a seemingly losing situation for Reload, allowing them to stay in this set for a little while longer.
Yeah, I mean, originally what we were saying I really thought that it was just them struggling to find a spot to really take an advantage state and keep it, but it really just seemed like it bought them enough time with those extra caps in the beginning to form a plan to stick to it and to then cap and take that game.
It's like I said before this match started. It's like once Reload can find a space to work around here, a lot of like aggression will start coming forward here, allowing them to at least secure that numbers advantage on top of the space control that is there. So very good game on the end of Reload. You did it for this game. You still are in this set, but now you got to take back the next 2 games if you want to make it to winners finals.
It just comes down to these next 2. We're going to be going on to game 4. What do you think they're going to be picking?
Well, in terms of Xiphius, because they're the ones pulling the counter pick, so what could we possibly see from Xiphius? Well, obviously we know that Xiphius takes a lot of... Oh, okay, well...
We're back to Costco.
5 big booms for Xiphius, apparently.
They know what they like, and they're sticking to it. A third Zones game in this series. They won the first Zones game. Now they're back to one that they probably feel a little bit more comfortable with.
Oh, definitely so. And considering what Xiphius runs, they're going to have a blast of a time here on Mako Mart. They are running a lot of AoE weapons. They have the Tri-Slosher. They have the Custom Blaster here, as well as the they have a weapon like the Ember's Bow that can make use of the high ground on Mako Mart as well.
Yeah, I'm expecting that bow to be pretty oppressive on this map and mode. I feel like once they can get just pretty much anywhere near that center, they're going to be pretty difficult to stop from anything on the other side. We're immediately hopping into this next game, though. Let's see if there were any switches or changes.
Not just yet, though. Xiphius has been very consistent all around here, but now on the side of Reload, we're seeing Toenail switch from the Stamper, from the V-Stamper to the Sticker Stamper, so now there's Booyah Bomb. A little bit more paint on the side of Reload, which is always appreciated on a mode like Zones here. Already the stacks are being contested, the zone's being contested. First cap is going to Reload here. Right now it has been immediately put back into neutral. The Inkjet is coming out from a Sluggy, firing off. I think Jose's going to be lasting a while there, going down. Right now, Xiphius has taken back this lead.
Yeah, that really just shows... Oh, dang, they immediately got it back. Will they be able to keep it? I think they do. Carbon going up on the right. They're kind of unseen for now. Never mind. They got, unfortunately, censored, so they kind of had to move away. DJ Tonal now on the other plat, keeping it forward. They kept that main weapon from the last game, but now they are choosing this different kit, probably what they're more used to on this kind of situation.
Yeah, definitely so here. Booyah Bomb can at least secure a little bit extra paint here, but when Xiphius is unloading an arsenal like this, getting rid of 3 members of Reload, I'm not sure if a Booyah Bomb alone can be enough to stop what is coming from Xiphius here. They're already closing in on that 54 lead that Reload had previously set right now, and E-Man is trying to cheese out the legends. Here comes Timmy with that Reef Slider, getting rid of Jose and E-Man here, securing 2 picks for Reload here. Very explosive from Timmy.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been different if it just capped the zone, but it got 2 of them as well. It really just set them up for a take and possibly a really nice hold here. They have some other specials ready to use to defend. One's coming out immediately. Will be getting a pick. It almost gets one both times, missing a third. Kept them a little bit away, getting a pick. 2 down on Reload's side, but they still have the zone. Points are still going down as it immediately gets capped.
Now, but here comes Timmy's Reef Slider, and you know how much damage that can do. It won't flip the zone, but it will get rid of Jose. There's 2 members down on Reload, though. Xiphius is finally starting to up the ante on their counter-aggression here. That being said, there's 2 members down on both teams here. The paint is still flying out from Reload. They're back in control, but the flip won't be necessary because Xiphius just took it right back. They're in control. There's going to be 2 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock for Xiphius to take this back. This lead could be attainable so long as Xiphius can at least hold Reload at bay.
Yeah, just off screen, it looked like that blaster was just strong-arming their way right onto the zone, making sure they had to back up or risk immediate splat. They just had to worry about that. One great quality about that blaster is that they just I don't know how else to say this, but they always make sure to make themselves a problem. They always have to, never be ignored, or else they're just gone.
Yeah, I don't mess with Jose right now because Jose has something to say to Gold, forcing Gold to jump back. They do take the lead back finally. Xiphius has found the answer to the constantly appearing Reef Slider from Timmy here. They're almost at the knockout. They get a wipeout to secure it too. Reload won't be getting their game 5 here as Xiphius will be taking game 4 on Costco.
It really was 5 big booms, not 5 big games, but 5 big booms for this set as Xiphius takes game 4 and thus moves on. It really just shows that both teams here seem like they need just the right spot to keep a hold, and it seems like each of them in their separate games were able to find it. Just shows that both of these teams seemingly just needed to find that. It just takes time for each.
It's a lot of just waiting for the right opportunity to start really showing out here. And Xiphius played the long game for this one here, but they finally got it within one really good hold here. It's once again that them making good use of just their staying power. They can constantly fight at various angles with that blaster and that bucket, not to mention just being able to secure picks at range here. So Xiphius has their tickets punched into winners bracket finals. They will be going up against whoever wins between Heyman and the previously seen Crash Out.
Yeah, it really just showed in such a fast game, patience is a virtue.
Patience is a virtue indeed, Tiger. Wow, what a overall set so far. So I think this is where, unfortunately, our journey will end in the Fountain of Dreams. So a little bit of a housekeeping thing to do before we go. Where can the people of Twitch find you on social media?
For me, you can find me on Blue Sky, CheeseTiger.me. I'm Mr. Cheese Tiger on YouTube and Twitter, but not really on Twitter that much anymore. That's pretty much where I am.
Of course, do make sure to check out Mr. Cheese Tiger. This has been his first time on mic, and I debate that you've been doing really good. I've been Frostix. You can find me on Twitter at TK_Frostix, on Blue Sky at frostix.bluesky.social, or if you want to support some of my personal work, you can totally check out my web novel Gap Year on Wattpad. So this has been at least the two of us from Under Pressure. This has been us just waiting for the drop any minute now. You're hearing from Cactus and Rose of Battle next. So this has been me and Cheese Tiger signing out.
Like a Hellcat. Like a hell. Like a Hellcat.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Fountain of Dreams number 11. My name is Cactus, and joining me is the amazing Rose of Battle. Rose, how are you doing today?
Doing amazing, and just the visuals of this stream are entirely the vibe that I am having at all times, but especially today, having just a very, very chill, silly Friday. How are you doing, Cactus?
We needed a silly Friday after I feel like the month that everyone that exists has been having. We needed a little silliness to get us through, especially this late into the month. I'm doing great. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to commentate with you after so long of not being able to. I think we were talking a little bit before, and I think the last time we commentated together was Ludi. So like, it is great to be back here with you on the commentary stand.
I'm so happy to be here with you. And yet, Ludi is so weird because I'm simultaneously like, oh, didn't Ludi just end? And also like, wow, Ludi was ages ago.
Yeah, yeah. It's that weird in between, like, you just don't know how long you're going to feel about it, so you just have to default to both of them.
But, oh my gosh, I don't know if you all were here earlier watching the set that Xiphias just won to bring them into Winners Bracket Finals. Crash Out did manage to win their set 3-1, so we're looking for a really, really great set in this best of 5.
Absolutely. You know, both of these teams had a little bit of a scary previous set to this one, both having to go to game 4, both in those scary situations where, you know, that the fear of that game 5 was lurking, but thankfully they were both able to pull on through. Now the challenge is, will they be able to, one of these teams be able to pull off a clean sweep, or will they challenge each other to the full game 5? Seed 5 Crash Out, Seed 7 Xiphias, seeds that probably no one really expected to be in your winner's final side, of course, but that's the joy of tournaments like this, where, you know what, sometimes seeding ain't the true prediction, and you get things like this, which makes it all the more exciting.
That's when you stare at the TOs and you're just like, you didn't believe in me, but I showed you. I showed you.
Wait, what's Popkin's line? Waiting for the DM being like, you didn't believe in us, but I did. You gotta give me an apology. Yeah. Put me higher on your list next time.
But yes, both these teams want to make sure they win it. That will guarantee their spot going into grand finals. Whoever loses this is going to get knocked down to loser's bracket. They're going to have to fight their way back, and that just means more games to potentially get tired out during.
Absolutely, and these teams have been playing for quite a while already today, I believe. Now, some of these teams are this far out, playing for 2-ish hours, I think, at this point, right? So they're pushing their limits a little bit more, probably reminding some of these teams of the good old Lowlink days. But there, you know what? That's what's the exciting part, having a tournament like this. Lots of great teams entering, lots of close matches after, of course, the sweeping phase has died on out. So yeah, both of these teams are looking to, you know, hash it out on the first map mode, which is, that's gotta be zones, right? It's gotta be zones. And help me out, Rose. What was this map
favorite first map with the, you got our little fish head sniping you from across the map in little barnacle zones.
My question is, where's the sniper?
Yeah, this is a new tech where you get to like be on top of the fish.
The charger's just on top of it. But speaking of which, maybe we'll see some chargers here today on either of these teams' comps as they're loading on in. Pencil, close enough, I guess, but not what I was hoping for. I see a Splattershot Pro. A lot of new weapons. Whoa. Hold on, that's taking me back. A lot of new weapons here.
I'm honestly, a lot of the new weapons that came in feel really good to play. I'm so excited how many teams are starting to push them. I love that new bow. We've got that new splatter shot. We've got the new dualies, new stamper, lots of fun stuff to work with. We do have coolers on both sides, but cooler over on Xiphias' side is again going to be coming out from that Tri-Nouveau like we saw in previous sets.
And lots of trades off at the beginning, too. That's what that cooler is going to allow both these teams to do, to kind of go on and dive forward. And already we're getting a good view of the dualies that has been had a heavy debate in the scene. Is it pink? Is it red? Someone make a decision. But we're going to see the Inkjet popped up from Xiphius try to make a counter here. But that bubble is doing work right now on that zone to hold it forward. Although a nice little flank from this tries to get one, looking for two, but will not find it. Just, again, continuing that trade for trade action as the lead swaps over to Crash Out.
Oh, we saw Lazy on those Twinkles dualies just rolling around everywhere. Not a huge lead for either side yet. Barnacle Zones is a play for that knockout. And earlier we did have that pencil go down. And then we had the Tri-Saucer Nouveau go down. So that's certainly that had to slow down both teams a little bit, losing those cooler options and whatnot. But everybody is alive and on the field. The Inkjet is out, getting that entry, trying to get some picks, able to get a nice Inkjet shot. Gonna have to avoid that booyah. But points are on the field now for Crash Out. They're halfway through, but a really quick flip is gonna go to Xiphius, and we've got plenty more to go.
Oh yeah, plenty to go. Also, I did not know that dualies were being called the Twinkle dualies. I love everything about that.
Twinkles. I mean, my team has a different call out for it. That is maybe slightly less appropriate.
Absolutely, but yeah, I mean, like you said, Xiphius took a little bit of control. Crash Out coming on back. Another Inkjet. I don't know how I feel about how fast this stringer is getting these Inkjets. This is like the third or fourth Inkjet we've seen in the first 2 minutes, and I don't know how I feel about that yet.
Yeah, and I mean, it can be really strong on this map, helping the rest of your team get in, because there aren't a whole lot of entry specials. Well, I mean, there's just missiles and whatnot, but otherwise you've got like Cooler and Splashdown from Xiphius, so that Inkjet really able to help the rest of their team. Like, all right, my jet's going up, everybody start running in.
Yeah. Start feeding forward. I'll support from the sky.
Calling in air support.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of support, a lot of great assistance there for the side of Xiphius, being able to help each other out on this side here that Lacy's on right now, trying to find a pick. They do have Bubble ready. They're going to pop it to try to get a good angle here, and they get one, looking to fight for this cap to make sure this game lasts a little bit longer, and that will be penalty points applied over to Xiphius. Now Crash will look for this opportunity, trying to get some good picks here, going forward, but there will be a trade-off on that left side. There goes one, there goes two by Greenfeed, looking for the third. Can they get it, or will they get picked off? They will in a 2v1. Wow.
Yeah, you know, it would have been really tough to get out of that situation at that point, so I understand that, you know what, I'm gonna try to take one person with me, even though this is a bad 1v2, but oh gosh, yeah, it was gonna be a tall order to survive out of that. But as I say that, we're approaching 10 ticks remaining for Crash Out, but they are 2 down. The Inkjet is out, but there's only like a couple more seconds. They just have to keep a little bit of paint, and the triple splashdown does not come down soon enough to cap that zone. Xiphius not able to flip it back.
I think it's incredible that the Inkjet couldn't move forward, because you had both the longest range weapons on Crash Out side, both the pencil and the stamper, just having their eyes beamed onto it, so the jet just couldn't move. But wait, what is that star?
I laugh every time I see it.
There's the music tuning right back in as well. That was amazing.
You did it.
You did it! Here's that epic replay with this beat drop music. But yeah, look at that. The jet literally can't move. The jet is stuck because there's just the longest range weapons shooting at them. Love the effort for the splashdown by the dualies. Can't get the work in for it though. So yeah, Crash Out takes game number 1 in a very back and forth first game.
Yeah, I mean, that's classic Barnacle. Barnacle Zones is very back and forth until one team really gets a nice hold, and then those ticks count down really quickly towards a knockout. But oh yeah, the Crash Out did a really good job of putting on the pressure there on Xiphius. Xiphius did, you know, has missiles at their disposal in that game. They had the missiles and the Inkjet, but otherwise they had, you know, a blaster, which, you know, custom blaster, great, really great weapon. But sometimes the triple splashdown, like, it's not going to help you on entry. It's really for, like, you run at me and I'm on zone. That's an easy zone cap for me. But unfortunately, just was not able to get on the zone more in the center early enough to be able to flip that zone back for them.
Yeah, especially with the delay time, you have to wait for the animation to play out. That if they had an extra 2-3 seconds, they definitely could have had that at least stalled, or at least put that little bit of a stall in the zone just before it teeters over to their side for penalty points, just to get their teammates in. But nevertheless, was a great effort by them there. But let's see if they could try to use that effort, pushing more aggressively here on Clamlet's Scourge. I could tell that actually looks crazy good at the dome thing. Whatever it's called. Does anyone even have a name for it?
I call it the Cage Dome.
The Cage Dome? I like that. If imagine you could access it like consistently, I think we could just call it the Death Dome or something.
You won me in the Death Dome.
Yeah.
But yes, man, I'll be interested to see if there are any comp changes here. But especially for Xiphius now they picked this. I'll be interested to see if they're just okay, we know this works with what we're what's working out for us weapon wise tonight. Or if they picked this and they're gonna switch to different weapons. We will just have to see.
And that we will see right away. No real comp changes coming out on one side. Oh, but we are going to see the Wellstring Pokemon out here. Being the only real change out of Xiphius. Yeah, I mean, everything else looks pretty consistent here. So, you know what? If it ain't broke too much, don't fix it all the way. Right away, love the idea of being able to bring those point sensors out, try to spot maybe the toolies or maybe the sword that likes to strike around corners, especially like we saw the last game, getting a nice double early on. But first 20 seconds in, no immediate picks going off, just a lot of attempts to take control of mid.
Yes, absolutely. But those missiles already able to get that blaster out. Missiles, everybody's like, well, just dodge the missiles. But when there's a lot going on and you're a slower weapon, it's not always the easiest to dodge those missiles. 2 going down on Crash Out, also members on Xiphius going down. We're in a weird sort of stalemate situation where members of both teams are down. We're just trying to stabilize here. Xiphius does have a lot of clams though, so if they can start getting specials ready to move in, they are going to have to pay close attention to this pencil though, because they don't have any range that matches that pencil. And that's not to say that the Wellstring isn't going to pop off here, but it does mean they're going to have to be very careful with their approach.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Also, I give the blaster props for popping that bubble there, but there's a Wellstring. That thing's gonna shred it in seconds, like we just saw. And wow, a lot of trades going off again towards the map side of Xiphius, but they're doing a great job at this defensive hold. Like you mentioned before, with those missiles, that might be the play to try to move away the pen. But unfortunately here, a nice bubble popped by the dualies, although no real advantage being taken. No one moves forward with it. A lot of specials being chained here. Down go 2. They're going to look for a third as that blaster's going to fall on down. Here's another bubble just in case the first one wasn't enough, and that's going to be the first point scored about 2 minutes into the game, and a lot more to follow for Crash Out.
Green being thrown in 7 clams there, getting Crash Out down all the way to 44 on a really, really good push. Able to get in a couple more, but 2 people down now. Make that 3. That is the end of that. Green bean hustling way out of there. Really strong push. We've got about 2.5 minutes left to go. A little bit more than that, plus any overtime. So it's not over yet, but an amazing first push. Crash Out can play a lot more safely now.
Absolutely. They have a little bit more control in mid. I heard that hammer pop, but unfortunately down immediately they went. It had to be to one of those auto bombs. Tracking down. Down goes another to Griplord 88. Probably a name I shouldn't repeat on stream again, but who knows if they keep popping off like this. Another bubble popped off early on that offensive side to that left side. Booyah Bomb goes on through as well to try to track on some space. Hammer throw from the sky. Sluggy with a little bit of a pop up there as well, taking back some mid space. I love Xiphius' attempt here to try to get the space and moving forward, but now they're just getting stalled out in mid.
They are, but oh my god, I love, because my team also has been running that Splattershot Pro with that Wellstring. We have loved combining missiles and hammer throws together. It's just get nuked from orbit.
Getting nuked from orbit is diabolical.
But that is a lot of yellow going down on the field. Crash Out having a really strong hold of mid right now. Xiphius is backed up, not able to get into mid. They really want to clear Crash out of their ramp area, but that bubble is up. It is holding space. They are threatening another push, and they absolutely should. You know, they can play safe, but that doesn't mean you play passively.
Absolutely. There's got to be some angles you want to try to take a little bit more aggressively, especially now that you get one down, of being those dualies that has a really fast way of getting in and popping that bubble to take a lot of space. But with that, unfortunately, the Pencil's doing such a great job at holding those angles. You got to help but feel that right now, Xiphius is going to look for an opportunity to maybe combine some specialists to go more on forward. But like I said before, these duels love to get in and go in. They're going to go in, get one from behind. 2 jumps are coming in. That's going to be 2 power clips scored. Lots of trades going off here. And that's a wipeout. Oh no for Xiphius. Crash Out knocking out with that one push alone. Those duels were a reckon to be targeted with, and there it is. Game 2 going to Crash Out.
That was diabolical. I loved as soon as those dualies went through those grates. I knew. I was like, oh, Xiphius doesn't know. He has no idea.
I just always love seeing those this ways once they know they have an opportunity, and like, do you see the immediate reaction of their teammates? It's like, oh, it's go time. It is go time.
We get that pick. We've got the bubble ready. People are jumping in. That bubble goes down. Evanstar gets that pick, able to throw in the rest of the nearby clams, and that is just a quick, absolute done knockout.
That blaster had literally the perfect frame of like an order of everything that had to happen. You score, you bubble, you got a direct. Like, that was just incredible of like back to back plays that needed to happen for that one blaster, and it just worked out so well for them. That was beautiful.
Yes, Xiphius has already gone with their next counter pick, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what I'm looking at.
Well, okay, it is Rainmaker. Also, they picked very fast, so I give them props. Okay, so it's Rainmaker, and whatever it is has like a green flower bed somewhere in it. I think that's what that is, right? In the center there.
I just feel like I'm looking at a green eyeball that has like yellow flowers in it, and I don't know why it gives me Undertale. It gives me Undertale vibes. Undertale still. Oh
my god!
Yes,
wait.
Undertale. Right. I totally forgot about this conversation earlier in the night.
There's no way.
I forgot. That's okay. Genius. There was a reason for why it reminded me of Undertale. Strings is the best. Thank you for this, Strings.
I just love staring at it. It's just amazing. And also, like, the brain rot in me low-key at first, like, once we got the wider image of it, low-key saw in Among Us, but that's just probably my own brain rot setting it.
Or brainworms. Oh my gosh, but yeah, Rainmaker on Undertow. I can honestly see this working out really well for both teams, but we do have that Wellstring from Xiphius, so maybe let's get the Wellstring out for this.
Oh, we're gonna see Criplord switching to the heavy edit, and then we're also gonna see the shot come out from Xiphius. Little more maybe a difference here to move around some of the players on Crash Out, and I gotta feel like Xiphius counterpicked this because they know they can have a decent defense, so they might be really hoping for a very like fast and far push forward in order for them to just sustain it the rest of the game. But right now, Crash Out's doing a really good job at holding them back.
They are. Yeah, we see also that's C Wellstring now, so it's gonna be a lot of location. We won't have that hammer. But we got the B shot, able to get it right here. Hitting up that left check. The Wellstring is trying to go in, but no. Gonna go down, but we still have players on the field here with 2 down on Crash Out. Xiphius could keep moving this forward, but Lacey's already set up, and the missiles are on them. They're just gonna have to run around, but no! Taken out, and now the path is clear. Maybe not just quite clear. That's gonna have to be a pause for Xiphius right here.
Yeah, but I love the consistency so far we've seen with them, which is constantly pushing forward. Oh, they tried to push this forward for Crash Out, but there was the Slosher, or sorry, Tri-Slosher holding that Shark pretty well, and that allows their teammates to come back and be able to at least contest mid. They also had Cooler, so they're back pretty quickly. Or sorry, that must be the QR. I don't believe they had Cooler before. So regardless, great effort by them. Down goes 1 for Crash Out. Down goes 2. Right away, we're seeing a little bit of a different Xiphius that we've seen the past, the last game anyway. More similar to how they were acting the first one, where they just have a lot of really good aggression so far. They're countering a lot of Crash Out's plays and movement. This is exactly what you want to see from a team that's made it this far.
Yeah, they're playing a lot more confidently this time around.
Yeah.
I feel like they're getting more picks. They're setting up better. The missiles are coming out, but Crash Out was able to delay this for just a little bit longer. They still have an eye on that Rainmaker, so Xiphius cannot push it forward yet, and especially with half the team going down. We do have the Cooler out. Man's just trying to hold space here. This is a really, really strong Tri-Slosher map, but it looks like everybody is looking at them, so they have to give up that space.
I was gonna say, the minute they slosh over that ledge, all eyes pointed that way, and I'm surprised they're able to live and last that long. They will get 1 pick, and that's gonna be, again, another huge stall as Jose goes on in and gets another pick here. That is gonna be the pop there, going for that right check right away. They will get it, going 1 player down, but that was worth it before that Cooler that was popped as well. So at least, if this game goes further down, they have a checkpoint that they will have a little bit of that lead with.
They will. So really, really good. They've had a strong hold so far. They want to push it more. 60 is not safe at all on this, but at least you know, okay, Crash Out is going to have to go for that checkpoint, but they're running for it right now. Unfortunately, for them, they're going to get taken out. I feel like the Splasher Pro's been getting missiles pretty consistently.
You know, it's the first time we actually got missiles on a shooter in this game, so I'm not surprised, and I feel like that's why they waited so long. They knew what it would be like if they put it on, like a splatter shot again.
Oh gosh, yeah. But Crash Out was able to get that checkpoint and just barely get the lead. They're up by 10 points right now, but everybody's going down. 3 down on Xiphius. This is very bad for Xiphius. Crash Out is running towards the goal. Green Bean is swimming up, gets taken out. Not able to get that dunk, but they've gotten it all the way down to 1. Evan Star and Lacey, everybody else, they're still there. They want to get that final dunk, but they are going down here. But like, everybody is going down.
I was about to say, everyone going on and down. That was an incredible push by Crash Out, and that you got to think, if you're Xiphius, that's the last thing you wanted to happen, especially with how well you were playing majority of this game. But now it's on the other foot. All Crash Out has to do is just hold their offensive, defensive positions here and just stall it out, push that Rainmaker as far away as possible, make Xiphius have to climb a mountain if they want a chance to bring it back. Not only that, but knock it out to win the game.
Yeah, and they've got 40 seconds to do so, which is a lot of pressure to go all the way for the knockout. It's possible, but it is not going to be easy. We've got the V-Shot trying to move in, take up that space right now. The Wellstring is the one holding the Rainmaker, trying to just be able to go through safely because they know, like, absolutely everybody needs to both play for life and play to advance, which is very difficult. We have 10 seconds left to go. That Splattershot Pro is down. We have...
I'm pinching them with the aggression there. Oh, wait, they pop it. Do they get to grab it again? Oh, they do. It's not... Yeah, for Xiphius.
Just the movement, but there's an Autobot right there, just able to dodge it, but half the team is down now. We've got the Wellstring just on guard duty, is able to get up there. Jose trying to move forward. There's a bubble in the way, able to take it down. They are halfway through the overtime clock. It is possible, but it is difficult to make it through this choke point. We've got the specials coming out, the Booyah coming out. It's tickling up. Are they falling?
No!
No!
Oh, dude, my eyes deceive me once, but they do not deceive me twice. They do end up falling off the map in a 1v3 scenario, trying to dodge it all. Oh my goodness, what an unfortunate ending for Xiphius.
Yeah, that was going to be a tough run to make. Then like the booyah
Yeah.
gets thrown. It's just like I'm doing my best to stay alive, and I'm in the heat of the moment. I'm trying to like jump backwards a little bit. Oh, my foot slipped.
Yeah, it's crazy because look how good it looked right now for them. They only won one down. The Booyah Bomb takes out two, and it's just the Rainmaker having to fight for their life. Oh,
Like,
man.
I'm doing my best, but oops.
Yeah. Exactly. I you know what, give them props though regardless. Yeah, that was a really well fought set overall for them. Really good games throughout this set, especially this first and third. I mean, they really had it going in the beginning. It's just Crash Out though was able to really up their game once they found the momentum they were looking for. Once they really had an understanding of what Ziphius was trying to do. And honestly, I think a 3-0 was the least I was expecting, especially how both of these teams' previous sets went. But I mean, you know, regardless, great plays on both ends. They really made it an entertaining set.
They did. I mean, like for the content, like that ending.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I feel bad for Ziphius,
It's
but I also
cinematic.
but I really enjoyed watching.
Yeah.
But you know, they're not down and out yet. They're gonna be down in losers bracket. They have a chance to come back here. But for Crash Out, they've got a break now. They're set. Ticket punched for grand finals.
Absolutely, they get to have a little bit of maybe a snack break, restroom break, get some water, you know, try to build up some of the tension that they had, you know, trying to play these games for so long, as they do have to wait out on a set right now on losers round 6, which actually, as soon as I said it, commentator's curse had just finished. And then you have losers semis and losers finals that they'll be waiting for. But yeah, I mean, it's really just losers up from here.
It is. Yeah, we've got loser semis, losers finals, and then grand finals. So we will be back with losers semis, which is going to be between Heyman and Reload. Hello and welcome back to Fountain of Dreams, the only Splatoon tournament stream where you will hear Hellcat not once, but twice. Heroes of Battle, I am back with my friend Glitched Cactus. How are you doing? How was that last set?
Oh, that set had just one of the most cinematic endings of all time, and I love that we got to follow it up with some more Hellcat at the popular request of the chats. Following suit though, we got a very entertaining set to follow it up with. We got Heyman versus Reload, both teams that really want to fight their way and win for some rematches, right? So you got right off the bat, Heyman that's gonna want the rematch against Crash all up in grams, and of course Reload with that rematch against Ziphius. So all these teams here, as to be expected, of course, from events like this. These top four areas want to get these rematches in, see who can take it all, but they got a set for two before they get there. So, zones. Okay, first of all, can we give props to the drawings? Wow, that jelly is beautiful. Rocking out on the guitar.
Such a good guy there. He's shredding.
He's shredding out. He's put on the performance of a lifetime.
And I hope our two teams here do that as well. Mahi Zones is my personal favorite. Been my favorite for Reef Slider long before the Reef Slider cheese.
Okay. You were an OG then. You were an OG.
I may be playing a lot of Dreadringer now, but I was a Tetris one trick for a long time. So whenever people are like, oh, Reef Slider, I'm like, no. I've been playing this since like before day one. I was playing this in the Rock, Paper, Scissors Splatfest.
Oh my God.
I have been here since day zero.
You wouldn't understand, you new kids and your zones cheese only.
I was here suffering long before.
I just like remembered.
It was like the one map mode where I was like, okay, y'all, I can like actually reliably get kills with Reef.
Yes, yeah. It's the only map that really like had a good opportunity, and then they decided to go multi-patch later, and it's like, yeah, it just caps the zone, just for free by itself on its own time.
It's such a fun map mode. It keeps you on the edge of your seat the entire time. You could absolutely seize the zone, get that flip when the opponents got it all the way down to 1, and then hold it for the rest of the time and get the knockout. And yeah. I love that about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's got such strong lockout potential, and like the one thing I always love hearing about this, and because it's so true every time you play it, is like you really want to be in like that control or gaining that control once the water drops, because you get so much free space to paint for your specials. It's just like if you're the other team, you're like, you've got to be kidding me.
Where's our free paint?
Yeah, right. I also just remember they took away, didn't they take away the, like looking at the jelly, like playing the guitar, did they take it away on like the Switch 1 for performance enhancement?
Oh, maybe. I have a Switch 2.
I know they, same here. I just remember seeing the post of like, they took away my jellies.
No! He has to rock out.
Yeah. Oh man, so here are the comps though. These teams are raring to go. Hey, there's Dread, and it's a new one. It's not the Zones cheese one. So, I'm curious to see what they're gonna want to try to perform with it. I mean, considering that the other team on Heyman has literally everything that could counter it. You have a Booyah, you have a Zuka, you have strikes. So I'm really curious to see how they play around their crab going against them.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough because those really, really shred crab quickly. You like actually have to respect those specials in crab now. So it'll be interesting to see how that Dreadbringer is going to set up here. Reload does have a ton of specials. They're starting to use them right now. We do have a little bit of a dip. Just, you know, that sword was just, it was getting a little too hot. Needed to go take a dip there. But that Dread does have the crab out now. Little Timmy is firing the crab shots onto an enemy plat. Not really able to get any hits in, but able to hold them back for a little bit more. Because, you know, the water level went down. They got a ton of free pain. We're all the way down now to 30.
I was about to say, you know what, that one crab maybe didn't get much value besides holding space, but there's a lot more space to pay for another one. Space Dog here is going to try to pop this Booyah along with the shot on the other side, trying to pop that Zuka. I don't like how they paused for so long there, hoping that was just a little bit of a streamer delay. But with that being said, you blinked, you missed it. That is game one immediately controlled and taken by Reload.
Yes. That was really just quick, one and done, despite the sword falling into the water. Despite that.
Yeah.
You know, they were like, I could do this anyway, and we'll still win.
Yeah, you know what? I give them props. They didn't let it stop them. You know, they just kept the force going. They made sure to have that really big lockout potential that this map presents, like we were talking about earlier, and they used it really well. I just realized we didn't even talk about Reload having a bamboo. Like, I just realized that they had one on their comp.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. Honestly, I hate fighting bamboos. I don't know, maybe like actual long range players love it because they're just like, whatever, you're tiny, you're baby. I am baby playing shorter range.
Yeah.
Dread's like the longest range weapon I have in my arsenal, and I'm just like, oh no, stop that, stop shooting me, stop it, you're too fast, dang it.
Yeah. Stop tap shotting me. This feels illegal. You're a semi-charger. Don't do this to me.
Ooh, oh, I think I know what our next map is. Do you know what it is?
I think I do know what it is.
I don't call that shell though. I call that onion or garlic.
Okay, I was gonna say, don't some people call it like foot or something?
No,
Like,
I've never heard that.
I swear I'm not crazy. It's okay. This is Inkblot, right?
My assumption is Inkblot.
Yeah. Okay. This is Inkblot. So I swear people call this thing like foot or shoe or something weird like that. I've never heard it called garlic or onion, but I'm in favor of that. I call it shell, but people yell at me for that.
I like garlic and onion a lot more than foot or shoe. Like, honestly, I don't know where any of us are seeing any of these things here, but it's fine.
Yeah. You know what? I'll just say that the weird thing on their plat, the weird little thingy thing.
And it will be on Clam Blitz. I'm wondering if Reload is going to stick with the Horns Dread on this. You do have that Dread for nice stack fighting potential. Crab can help your team get in. So I'll be interested to see if that is what they go with, because I've also been practicing that here and I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, overall, that weapon's got a lot of good potential on this map. We got a nice little extra long view at the top of it, just in case you really missed Inkblot after, 2 years of playing it. We do get the DC of the Dread, actually.
Love the Dread!
So, you know what? It's funny, because we saw them in the player spawn, and then they immediately disappeared. So... They were shunned for bringing that weapon onto the map.
No, it's okay, Dread player. I love you. It's okay. Even if Nintendo doesn't.
Yeah, we still love you here. It's okay.
You know, I will say, I was telling you yesterday in my scrim last night, and I have like really excellent wired internet throughout my house, especially up to my office. And I have always been able to stream to Twitch and also host lobbies, no problem.
Yeah.
And last night, just like I was all of a sudden getting so many lag spikes, and I was like, what is happening? I swear it's not me. My internet otherwise amazing. My stream not dropping. What is happening?
Everything was like fine, and you know, it's so funny because like it was like disgustingly nice yesterday. For those on the East Coast, you know how nice it might have been, depending on where that storm that happened was near you. But like, it was like 100, like pushing 100 degrees. And then it was so fun. I got home from work. I took a nap. During my nap, I guess a hurricane flew through.
Yes.
And then it was like still rainy the rest of the night. And I'm like, okay. But yeah, horrible lag spike. I think honestly, Nintendo did not prepare. Splatoon's not built multi-console matchmaking. But here we are. Anyway, some of these players probably want to switch to, most probably not. And right away, they Reload is not having it with that slosher and took him out immediately in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, they did. Said, buddy, you are out of the game here. We've got a nice setup over here on the left stack. You see, still Goldilocks on that bamboo. The whales going out, I think, is actually I could see working pretty nicely along with the other whales from the 52. We've also got, you know, chip damage from the Dread and whatnot, but that is going to go 3 down on Reload. So no clams going to be scored for them this time around. Space Dog on the sword, taking that space. Didn't want to move up into that right side ramp just yet, but the rest of the team, everybody's here. They're ready to move in. I think they're just trying to set up for how to move forward.
Yeah, I mean, a big opportunity is happening right now. Actually, they popped all of their specials for Heyman just to get on in, but unfortunately getting immediately punished by the 52. They had popped Bubble down before. Down goes one, down goes two, maybe a third from I Miss. Can they find it? Almost putting their name to fruition there, but no, they get that pick. And a lot of clams to follow suit. Wow, down already to halfway. And another pick to keep it going. Reload might look to knock this out.
They are doing really, really well. Goldilocks going to throw in yet another clam. TV's coming in with another 3, putting out that wall to provide a little bit of extra production. They're all the way down to 29, and 3 players are down on Heyman. And now the crab's coming out, so they're just going to keep holding back Heyman. Reload not able to get in any more clams, but still, they did a ton of damage and held space for a long time. That is going to be the end of that push. They've now given up a lot of space, giving Heyman a really good opportunity to move forward, but down to 29.
Yeah, I mean, that is an incredible push for them there. And right now, you are going to see Heyman now having a really good opportunity to try to push on forward. That bubble was in a nice spot, but unfortunately, the clam economy wasn't there for them. So they had immediately got shut down. This 52 is a menace for them. Like right away behind their plat, looks like they're going to try to get a jump in, but do they even have a power clam they could jump in? I don't think so. I mean, they're building the clams now, so maybe it's the opportunity, but 52 decided, you know what? Actually, I'm going to pick real quick, and does get a nice little trade. So Heyman's push that they thought they had in the beginning stalled on out. No sneaky place to be had just yet. So a nice little stall happening in mid.
Yeah, things just going back and forth right now. Able to get a pick from that crab. We've got a player. Oh, the edit trying to get in, trying to be sneaky, but no, called out by the Dread. Taking them out there, meaning Reload was able to have attention on enemy basket to pop it open. They're almost through their penalty points now. One more clam and they will be completely through it, but they don't have any more. That's going to be the end of that push. Not able to score any actual points there, and they are going to go back up to 19 penalty points to clear through. So, you know, it's kind of a question of, you know, how much was that worth it? But they are wasting time, and that's going to be hugely in their favor.
Absolutely. You know what? I give them the props for trying to push forward. It wasn't enough, but regardless, though, they did not give up practically any space in mid. Although that slosher will immediately take out that crab, which is exactly what they were hoping for. The Zuko was probably popped in preparation for it, but with the slosher just kind of being built different there, able to get that pick. And just now, here's that aggression coming out of Heyman, but Reload is relentless. His 52 is really earning the gold star this game. Heyman will get that one score, but Yabba Dabba Doo on the left side is last, and there's not much they can do. So they are going to back up here, get that cooler out, and just try to stay alive as Reload takes a lot of space.
Yeah, Reload is up in their plat yet again. They did get punished for it there, though. Cinnamon there just kind of like, I think got stuck or whatnot, possibly a connectivity issue. But that is going to be essentially a wipe on Reload. Heyman able to move in and take a ton of space. They have a lot of points to score in these final 30 seconds if they want to be able to take the lead here, which they will need to do if they want to stay in this set and not get knocked out. They have 2 power clams. They could do this. The bubble's coming out. We've got people coming in. The strikes are out. And it's able to throw that in. It's going to go down, but it's only the shot, and they're taken out. The cooler is there, not able to do anything. Heyman able to score down to 50, but it is going to end there with the basket closing. That does mean it is the end of Fountain of Dreams for them.
I gotta give them props. They had to feel a lot of those resources at the end on Heyman to get that scored in, but a little overzealous, wanting to just try to push as far as you can forward. I mean, also, just Reload had just ultimately a very, really, dare I say, annoying cup with that double whale, but ultimately, I mean, the 52, the Yor did it of the game, really, just constantly going in, getting those picks, and just really locking in for him.
Yeah, man, double whale can be so oppressively annoying.
Yeah.
Especially when you're like,
just spams it, like, come on.
Yeah, you're just like, oh my gosh, we're all trying to push in together, and now they're putting out the double whales, and we're constantly being chipped, and now we're just gonna die to any little stray bullet that hits us. So yeah, it's annoying to fight. Reload played it very, very well. Which means they're going to be seeing Xiphias here over in Losers Finals. Both of them fighting to try to make it into Grand Finals.
Yeah, Grand Finals is going to await one of these teams, and this will be a rematch for both of these teams as well. Xiphias did originally beat Reload, a 3-1 victory, but now things are going to be a little bit different, right? Reload's coming off of a really, really hot win and victory, not just the last set, but the set before, winning 2-0 both times. But while Xiphias had a little bit of time to kind of, cool down and kind of to take it easy. So we'll have to see how these teams are gonna, come swinging come this Losers final set.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere. Gonna be some really, really good Splatoon setting up shortly.
Hello, everyone. Hope you didn't go for too long. Hopefully, all you did was just take that first step out of your chair, because we're already back as these teams are raring to go like any other when they're this far in the tournament. My name is Cactus, joined again with Rose, and we're here for Losers Finals. We're here.
And big shout outs to the members of both these teams being ready. I mean, obviously Reload, been like, where are you going? But Xiphias making sure to stay ready for as soon as this was ready to go up.
Yeah, they were not messing around. They were like, yeah, no, come on, keep it going. Let's not stop. No breaks here. And what is that map?
Oh, you'll know what it is once it's larger.
Ah, good old Robo. Seeing only that partially bottom of the bowl confused me so much.
As soon as you see more of the noodles, it's like, oh, okay, that's ramen.
Yeah. There's some banger noodles though. You know what's funny too? Those noodles are exactly how they would form in the bowl. Like if you had a bowl of ramen or something in front of you, they would look like that. We all know that's just they're the easiest to form.
They're so great. All right, we did just see a similar comp from Reload, but we have a different charger now. It's one of the new ones. We've got a double crab scenario coming out from Reload.
Yeah, a little devious, but I love to see it. I know a lot of Charger players that have been saying they love that weapon just because it's got so much great control right off the bat. So right away, though, a lot of trades going off, a lot of back and forth picks, and a lot of specials. Oh my goodness, specials galore. Players going down consistently, and it's going to be Xiphias having a much larger needed control here, getting that quick mini lead taken from them to keep going on in.
Yeah, and Ramen really is one of those maps where so I think like specials like Triple Splashdown or the Reef Slider, which we don't have here, but like those sorts of specials that really punish people for clumping up are so good on Ramen because people will clump up right on that ramp area trying to get into the zone. And this is such a lockout heavy map. Zippy is playing this very well right now, trying to maintain control of zone. Missiles are going to go out, 2 down on both sides here. They're able to maintain control of the zone. And with Sluggy's Inkjet out, trying to just get some picks in, Bubble is up able to just absorb enough damage with the rest of the team from Reload to be able to pick them off, meaning Reload has been able to get in. And they're trying to push in farther. They were able to take out one of them, but I don't know. They've got a lot of specials on Line Cactus.
that they do, Rose, absolutely. And I mean, right now, this feels like Xiphias did, that break was nothing for them. They were warming up that entire time because this looks exactly like the Xiphias we saw just a bit before. Still keeping on strong with a really nice lead. Reload had a great job countering a lot of that pressure. But, seeing how the 52 is really kept in match from Reload's side. Xiphias is doing an excellent job here. And both of these players trying to shark around each other. They see each other in the end here. Who's going to win that 1v1? And it will be the 52. But on the top side of zone here, a lot of splats going on down. A lot of control still in for Xiphias, even though the flip-flop of zone bought them a little bit more penalty points, but those are not going to matter in just a matter of seconds. Real point soon to count down with another special still online for Xiphias to keep going.
Yeah, they lost that blaster. I couldn't even tell what got them initially. That is going to flip over to Reload with the crabs coming out. We have another crab ready from the Dreadringer. Reload really setting up here. They could take this back. This is a very narrow margin on a map like this. The Dreads crab able to get a nice pick, poking the other ones, not able to let them back in. If they're able to hold this area and not clump up too much, they're a little close together with those missiles. Makes me a little scared watching it. Absolutely did missiles forcing them to move out, especially with that Inkjet. Those two together doing tons of work. Reload looks like they might be able to cap. No, just as I say that, it's gonna go neutral. I don't know. Oh.
3 players immediately go down. Probably just the 52. And that's just like you were saying, the clumping is the worst thing that could happen here. And that's exactly what happened to Xiphias. And in a surprising twist, Reload takes that game back from underneath of Xiphias. Huge control. And they take that game of losers finals. Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Amazing. Like I saw Reload clump up and I said, oh no, now they're all scattering and they've given up so much space. Oh no. And I thought Xiphias was going to take so much advantage off of that, but no, then they died to their own clumping.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was kind of like a tactical jump in earlier too from the decav that really stalled out the Jet to have to, kind of deny pushing forward with the rest of the team. They had to just look back to get that easy pick, and that bought them, 2-3 seconds of time to get that pick immediately, and that allowed for just so much to happen there for Xiphias to get so clumped here. You look at that as they jump back on in from there, just all those players clumping together and going on. A kill streak for the side of Reload. Wow, they brought that back very nicely. It is not over until it's over. Leading 1-0 losers finals.
Yeah, good place to be. And especially, Reload wants to get revenge because they did get knocked down into the losers bracket by Xiphius earlier, losing. Xiphius went 3-1 to Reload. Reload was, you get that sweet revenge. We run it back, and then you get to keep moving on. They absolutely want to win this, but next we have TC, and I will be honest, I have no idea what it looks like from this, but I am cheating and looking at Sendo. So I know what it is.
I'm gonna take a guess, and I'm pretty sure I saw because of that overhang. Ship shape. Yes.
Yep.
I said it before. There, you could count the frames.
Oh, tower control ship shape. We've got that same comp from Reload. A little bit different from Xiphius.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I love the opportunity here. They felt maybe that they need something a little bit different here for tower control. Something that's gonna try to give them more access to keep on going in. Right away, though, nice trade-off between two different players here. A lot of more trades going on forward. Will we Reload tapping his towers just a little bit forward? Kind of solo pushing it, but there's those missiles doing their work, pushing those players back, trying to grab that space back. But I feel like Xiphius hasn't really had good opportunities with those missiles to really take more than what they want for that. As a blaster gets a nice splat on that crab tank.
Yeah, these wings are just so much fun. If you're playing a blaster, able to really poke from just below and, some relative amount of safety. We've got that crab tank from the Dreadbringer coming out, getting some chip damage in, really, really helpful. That's going to be a couple down on Xiphius. Reload able to start moving forward on this left point to go towards the first checkpoint. They can hold this long enough, it will be a pretty easy check for them as long as they're able to maintain this space, and then we'll see them moving on forward into court. But with the whales, we were talking about how annoying whales are, and then that blaster coming in to clean up.
Yeah, those whales are a nightmare to deal with, especially now that Xiphius is able to push on forward here and take this checkpoint. And they have a lot of specials ready to go. They got 3 online. Missiles will be launched. Actually, sorry, everything is launched here. You had Bubble, you had Cooler, you had Whale, you had literally everything. And that's maybe the checkpoint. Now the 52's just kind of stalling it for them. Once again, just causing a distraction to try to pull those players away. That tower's now got to go through again that beginning portion of that checkpoint to push on in. But they have to keep backing up because Reload, fantastic job popping these specials to stall it out, making sure they don't get that lead just yet, but they will finally tap it. First checkpoint broken in this game.
Yes. Good job getting that first check broken. There's still a long way to go on this map. It is not over until it is completely over. But Reload is moving in strong now. They've got a couple specials online. That sword is going to use that bubble, positioning quite aggressively. Goldilocks definitely wants to be on this tower. Then we got Timmy moving forward. We've got the sword going down. We do have a crab online, though. 2 crabs online for Reload. They're able to set these up in good positions, but Whale... Oh, whale coming out, just saying, no, Mr. Crab, sorry, you're gonna have to just back up a little bit. So that really killed a lot of momentum there.
Yeah, collect your money bags another day. Oh, nice snipe there. But yeah, forced not only by whales, but also the splashdown. Like, tell me you hate crab without telling me you hate crab.
Like, little Timmy, I don't think so. We do not like crab. What is this? Double crab, what is this?
Not much three. What was this? A big stuff? Oh my cinnamon! Oh my gosh!
Getting
that was so much time.
Yeah, and honestly, able to just create so much space for the rest of Reload, taking 3 down with them. That Dread is set up for another crab. Goldilocks got their own crab online there, and it screws on through to get that next point.
Wow, I mean, there was just so much that happened in those last 30 seconds that there was no way that we were going to be able to cover all that immediately. But yeah, Reload takes that point, game 2. That puts them at match point. I mean, this is like a complete opposite, I'm sure, of what Xiphius was expecting. And I feel like what we've seen from their previous set and on the winner's side, how Xiphius was actually, in that lead taking those games. So Reload is right now a different animal, but also not the same beast. Just doing a fantastic job getting these picks, moving on forward, taking these wins, and almost rolling their way one more game until they might have the spot in Grands.
They might. Just that decaf able to get away with so much, taking down 3 people at a critical juncture on tower ship shape. You know, at that point, if you are able to get, you know, your team through that final checkpoint, that little choke point is really not much of a choke point. It's actually pretty easy to force your way through, especially if you've got 3 people spawning in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All it really takes is one player with a really good weapon like the decap to just kind of just waltz on in and say, this is my space now. Just do exactly what they did there. Just get 3 casually and go down before you could get the 4th. So immediately having full control.
Yeah, I feel like probably at this point of the night, it's 11 p.m. Eastern time. Might be earlier for some of these teams, or later for some of them. I'm not sure if some people are playing in Europe. Some of y'all are wild and are up as if you live in Pacific coast of the U.S. But
Yeah.
looking at
what's the
my
other
friend
one?
Pat. Pat,
Yeah,
who does a lot of commentary for Dapple Productions, sleeps as if they have live on the west coast of the U.S.
Yeah. Having that West Coast time zone all in control. So we might not see the next map, or any map for that matter, for just a little bit. We are being told that Rainmaker to Toe will be what's coming up next, but you'll just have to trust us on that and get hypnotized by the floating star to understand that that's what's happening.
Yes. No, we're back. We've got the Undertale spillway. It's back.
Rainmaker Undertale spillway rocking its way. You know, it'd be really funny if like you had just like a little sands drawn somewhere in there, just kind of hiding, lurking away.
Man, we gotta run this again. Have a little revision to the drawing.
Revision indeed. Talk about also a comp revision. What am I looking at here from the side of Xiphius? It looks like they practically changed their whole comp.
Yeah, we've got a swap from one Tri-Slasher to another Tri-Slasher. We've got the Glamour's Splatter Shot. Yeah, these are all, 4 new weapons over on Xiphius' side.
I mean, I'm interested to see how these are going to play out for them because, it's not every day you see a team completely switch around their comp, and I think it might have been a mistake as Reload gets the wipeout, gets the first check clear in the first 30 seconds of the game with 2 specials, both being the whales, both popped at the same time to now rush us on forward.
Oh, but Xiphius was able to pop that Rainmaker and took out the Dread Ringer with it. But they haven't, and nobody's moved the Rainmaker yet. Goldilocks is able to pick it up, get maybe a couple more points on the board for Reload, but everybody else is down. They just have to do a little squid roll jump to get to 52, and they're gonna have to go for a reset. Xiphius can go running through mid at this point.
That they can, and a lot of space is what they want to try to take up. But we do see the 52 sharking on that left side in that little crevice. Here comes the Kraken to try to scare some players away. Oh man, last second they're getting that pick, so the Rainmaker lives to tell the tale. The shot trying to be a menace here. Gets another one as well. And the missiles will push the rest of the players on back. Timmy with that crab to try to cause some mayhem, but getting shredded by literally everything. Xiphius is moving like a unit right now. This is definitely first checkpoint clear for them as well. And a big opportunity to take this lead right on back.
They have deployed specials. We had Inkjet. We had the Scream. We've got Kraken, but those whales... They might not kill the Kraken, but they will kill the Rainmaker carrier, but everybody else is still alive on Xiphius. They're able to get it down to 17, and they still have people jumping in. They're playing aggressively. They're not giving up space yet.
No, and I don't blame them one bit. You want to have as much as control as you can. Unfortunately, on this map, though, you take too much of one side that leaves the other wide open. But we will see 4 players completely down for Reload. Wipeout once more. And again, 2 specials under lock. Are we surprised that the splatter shot at like a 190p gets cracking that fast? I'm definitely not. Looking for a pick here. Can they get it on Cinnamon, or Cinnamon beat them to the punch there? No, barely surviving out, but goes down to another player behind. There's that tedious little whale to take down that Rainmaker. And that's, again, the push out of there. But honestly, if I'm Ziphius, I don't think I'm meaning to push really far to get points. I'm just pushing to stall the Rainmaker away.
Yeah, you're just pushing it to make sure that you're keeping it out of mid. You're just being really, really obnoxious, forcing Reload to burn specials to get through mid so that then they don't have specials ready to be able to push that forward. Reload is able to pop that. They're not going to grab it just yet. They're setting up. We do have Timmy on the Dreadringer using Crab, able to get a pick. That shot's going to go down, but the Bamboo also goes down. The bomb not able to take out that Crab tank. We've got members jumping back in on Reload. Cinnamon moving in, looks like might be going in for a little bit of a flank, which would be a great move, but just the rest of the team getting challenged right now. But do we know? Nope, Cinnamon down, never mind. Like, do we know? No, we do.
We know they're there. We know they're probably just sharking, hiding away, and spot them out right away. Honestly, for Ziphius, minute and a quarter left, right? They're just looking to try to stall this out. The one thing they do have to be careful for, of course, is the wipeout on their side, right? Reload, right now, really just has a long ways to go for that push, but it's not impossible, especially with the score of 17. There's 52, sharking away, trying to get some picks. Targeting down the shot, which honestly is probably a better pick to go for just because of Kraken. So now we're going to see that screen pop, but a little bit of a awkward scenario. Lots of specials being popped by Ziphius in a defense here. Can they get a pick on that Rainmaker? No, they'll barely survive. Just a lot of back and forth happening here. But here's that 52, like we've seen before, just try to be the main character.
They are, but that Kraken able to get one with that charge attack despite, falling through the grates. Really, really good move there. We have Whale online from Reload. 20 seconds left to go. Ziphius needs to win this to stay in this game. Reload really wants to win this themselves so they can just move on into grand finals. But I don't know, it's looking pretty dicey for Reload right now.
That it is, and the whale will be popped on now to try to push it forward, but this Tri-Slosher putting in the work to keep that defense on hold. Ziphius holds on strong, telling the Reload it is not a 3-0 for you. We've come this far, we still got more in us. Who would have thought a complete comp change is what you needed to take home a win. 1-2 is your score. Ziphius holding on, trying to bring it back for a potential reverse sweep.
Yeah, man, I don't know what fell apart in that opening for Ziphius. Like, just really all 4 of them, they just wiped out, giving like a, easy time for Reload to move in, but Reload was just not able to take nearly as much advantage out of it. And then Ziphius just all of a sudden locked in and got super aggressive. And they just held space for so long.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe it was just a little bit of that that unfocusedness of like, hey, we're all playing different weapons. We don't have the kits we were playing, the past 2 games. We just need a minute. And that wipeout definitely had to be that wake up call for them. So, now it's a kind of all an uphill battle here for them, right? Because now you have to deal with every counter pick of Reload that will potentially be in their favor. So they're going to have to look to have strong counters for it, and counter map it is right here. Zones on Mahi, right?
Yeah, we're going back to Mahi zones. We did just recently see Reload, I believe, play this. So we'll see if they're... we've got similar stuff. We don't have that Bamboo right now. We do have that new Charger. So we're running Double Crab again.
That we are. Double Crab back to see here. One of the players on Ziphius taking a minute to come out of spawn, so a little bit of a 3-4 for the beginning, but they woke up, picked up their Charger, and we had a nice little snack. They were finishing. Here comes that Kraken to help stall some more pressure, but will not get any picks and immediately get punished. Oh no, okay, just like how we started the last game, Reload already off to a fantastic start. There right away was that wipeout. So now Reload's just going to try to hold as much as they can. But this is not Rainmaker. This is a little bit trickier to try to find your way back in, as there's a lot of great lockout potential. But that crab gets shut down immediately. They do have one player behind, and it's going to be 2 players down for Xiphias. Make that 3. Oh no, things are not looking good for Xiphias.
No, that's going to be really, really tough. They really want to paint the zone. I think they have one more shot of a solid push in to try to stall this out with a quick cap. But it is going to be difficult. They've got all the specials coming out now. This Inkjet trying to get some picks, but they really need to paint the zone. They need to get people there right now. They almost have it capped, but they are going to lose that Tri-Slasher. They still have, that good painter in that shot, able to help get that cap just in time.
Oh, talk about a heart attack. They are holding on for dear life right now, trying to just make this find a more proper opening for them that's going to work in their favor. That flip bought them a little bit of time, but is it enough time for them to go on forward? 2 specials online. Here comes the Inkjet trying to find some picks. Gonna pair this with missiles, pair with the Kraken, go on in. Can they find a pick? They're gonna get rid of this crab, get a nice combo there. Take back control of this zone. One goes down to the Decaf. The Decaf has been really the star player here for Reload, getting these nice picks. That's one, looking for another as they pop bubble for a little bit of safety, and that's going to be zone flip again. Eventually, they're just going to run out of penalty points to add, and they'll just be counting down more and more. So Xiphias, they got to look for a cap, but they got to look for a very strong and long cap to keep this going.
They do, and they've got to get in soon, because as soon as those penalty points are done for Reload, that's essentially game over, and they move on. Xiphias again, like last time for that entry, throwing at the screen, getting an Inkjet going. They're being pressured by the Whales, but they're able to paint it just in time. 2 went down on Reload, and they were some of the good painters. They also lost their charger there. It's just Cinnamon fighting for their life, but eventually going to get taken out. Points on the board yet again for Xiphias. They need to set up for a really, really nice hold here.
Yeah, and you know what? They had a really good start there. The biggest thing was getting rid of Cinnamon, and maybe they should have jumped out, but they didn't, and that's really in Xiphias' favor. So right now, here's the 52. I missed from Reload, trying their best here. Can they find an opportunity to get more of that control? There was that Kraken getting one going on forward. A lot of players going down here for Reload again, and that will be the cap taken back by Xiphias. Delayed wipeout, a little bit of the stagger continuing forward for the Reload there, so they have to try to play it a little bit slower now, try to get all those players back. They got 2 great specials to try to push on back in with, but so does Xiphias. This is going to be a really tight game. Penalty points are finally over, with Timmy popping that Kraken though, or sorry, that Crab. That's going to make things a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, unfortunately for Xiphias, they were not able to hold paint on the zone enough, so they did lose control. They're applying a 28-point penalty to them. They're going to have to set up for yet another long hold. And again, they don't have much time to waste here. Cinnamon on the decaf yet again. Just sharking, but gonna get called out by those missiles. I think these missiles have been helpful for Xiphias, at least calling out where players are. They've got the screen out from that try, but people are going down, and that is only a couple more points left to go. And no, that's not painted enough in their color. They're not able to take it, which means Reload is now at 3 points, moving on forward.
Wow. You know, you can only do the same thing so many times before the other team catches on, and this was a fantastic game that displayed that. Xiphias used the same type of entry every time. Pop a screener missile, get that Kraken, get that Inkjet, and go in an entry almost from the identical spot every time. And Reload was ready. They had the Crab to counter. They had Cinnamon from behind getting a nice trade, and a lot of those picks just following suit. And that led to that last game victory there for those last goal penalty points. So complete 180 there from the last time both these two teams fought each other. Reload gets now their 3-1 against Xiphias. Reload rocking their way forward. They will be fighting their way into Grands against Crash Out.
Yes, they turn to those tables. Xiphias is knocked out of Fountain of Dreams number 11. They had a nice 3-1 over Reload previously, but Reload able to turn the script on them. Reload will be moving on in, just like Cactus said, into our next set here. Into, what did you say? Are we going to, this was...
We're going to Grands.
We're going to Grands. I'm like, I can't even believe what time it is. It's 11:16. It is time for Grand Finals, isn't it?
It is time, but before we gotta get started, we of course gotta get these players ready, get them all in the room. So we're gonna go to a quick break, real quick. Don't go anywhere for too long. Grand Finals on its way. Crash Out versus Reload.
Like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat.
Welcome back. Hello. Wake the heck up. It is Grand Finals time in Fountain of Dreams number 11. We're back with Crash Out and Reload fighting for the crown here. My name is Rose, and I'm joined here by Cactus. And I know it is later at night for some of you, even more so than it is for us.
Not only just us, but these teams as well. They're raring to go, right? They are looking to get this set over as soon as possible. But at the end of the day, the only one that decides that is these teams themselves. Will it be a sweep? Will it be a very, very long, full best of 5 bracket reset. Who knows? But that's what we're here to find out. That's what we're here to yap to all of you about. Let's take a look through these comps.
You know, we're seeing similar stuff over from our pals at Reload. Our pals at Crash Out, I'm noticing a little new mini splatling with that Zuka over from Zune.
Yeah, Dito, one thing I really like about the comp from Crash Out, and you know, by I say like, I mean what's really annoying is that they are double bubble, and they have probably the fastest Zuko weapon in the game right now. That is going to build it up in like every 5 seconds. I mean, look, they just used it. They're already a quarter of the way there. Like, are we for real?
Yeah, absolutely an aggressive weapon from the Mini, but still able to provide beacons for the rest of the team to get in really quickly. This Mini is the bane of my existence lately. It is so obnoxious to fight. But Reload's been doing a really good job on these fights. They are halfway through, down to 50. Lacey, though, able to get some key picks and giving Crash Out space to move in. Those beacons from that Mini able to get people in really quickly, and everybody's coolered up now. Crash Out moving in to take space, but that Mini does get called out and picked off.
You know, we did switch over on the side of Reload to the Bamboo with Chomps, so that is going to help a lot when it comes with Zone. Evan Star will pop this bubble here, try to hold on for some space. The Whale, though, does not care if the bubble is up or not. It will track you down and go for you. Lacey getting, unfortunately, double picked off there. Actually, they do get a trade. A little bit of latency delayed there, but it is still great for them to get that pick. Unfortunately, though, that cooler will burst on through. Sure, that Zuka just doesn't get you. It just grazes you. It makes you bubble a bit. Like, what? Like...
Oh, but Lacey is going to go down there. Just too many people from Reload looking at them. They have double bubble on, like, no, the Blaster's going to get taken out. There's not much time for Crash Out to get in, except people going down now. You know, Crash Out's able to get in really quickly. Lacey's trying so hard, able to get a trade, but not what you need if you want to go get that delay. Nobody else from Crash Out able to follow up, meaning Reload gets a really quick game 1 win.
That they do, and I feel for Crash Out, their comp is very built around trying to get those picks with your main weapon and using your specialist to hold on offense, because their only real take-back special was Zuka. And, you know, even though you might get it fast with that Mini, it can only help you so much. And that's where Reload was able to kind of have the best of both worlds, right? They had a lot of great specials to push on in with, and they had a lot of great just main weapon synergy to ultimately win those fights individually. So great job to Reload game 1, already off to a fantastic start for them, especially coming from the loser side of the bracket. Crash Out now, though. Got to try to learn quickly from those games. You know, they're a little rusty right now, right? They had a lot of time to wait for these sets to kind of just hang out, chill for a bit. So they're going to be back really quickly with this counter pick. Tower control on Mako Mart?
Yes, that is the grocery store.
Yeah. Yo, where's my jelly in the ball pit? Where's jelly in the ball pit?
Took away our jellies.
Yeah. Oh man, we need the jellies in the ball pit. That's my favorite one. It's like, how do you get in there? What ball was so destined for him to crawl in and go for it?
I don't know. What are you thinking for tower control for this? You know,
I'm hoping
Crash Out picked this.
They did, and they must feel really confident in the double bubble comp because they're not switching to anything too drastically different with those weapons. The only thing changing is kind of a 180 flip here. We're going to the Stamper with Booyah Bomb. So they're looking for, again, one real weapon they could sort of push in with, but they're really hoping for these main weapon pick agendas. And right now, things are a little stale maybe here, but right away, we are going to see it be Reload, getting those picks right off the bat, looking to keep it going forward, and immediately take this first checkpoint as the first team to do so this game.
Yes, they have a really strong aggressive hold right now. Zune, it's able to get a cheeky trade there with that Booyah. It's going to go down, though. Slosher's so good on this map. Timmy has set up for the Crab on this right stack, able to create a little bit of space, but right stack taken away, and Dread also picked off here. You know, not a whole lot of points that Reload was able to get off of that. Crash Out able to get some really good picks, but they're not actually in a good position to push the tower itself yet.
Yeah, no, right? They are definitely having a little bit of a trickier time trying to push that up forward. We saw in the top area there that the Stamper was trying to use that Booyah Bomb to try to stay alive against that 52, but unfortunately goes on down, and it is going to be reloaded once again, trying to push for that checkpoint there. Right away, those Zulus get a nice pick on the Dread there. So now they're going to be trying to hold it on forward, taking this stack up for space, just trying to maybe get a little bit of a stagger on to Reload. Crash Out now into control. Okay, things are looking pretty good, and they are going to pop one of those two bubbles. Booyah Bomb will pop into it, just kind of holding it in really a great spot on the bubble if you really look at that. Wow. Wow. Two great picks with that. This is that snowball that they needed, and they're going to be trying to put a lot of pressure on Reload.
Yeah, now Reload has to try to get in here. You know, they did, I forget if we mentioned they still have double crab. It's just that they're running a heavy edit with the crab now. Yeah, still double crab with slightly different comps, but yeah, man, this crab gonna get shredded by that Booyah Bomb, forced to back out of that and barely stay alive. Crash Out had a really, really good push through last time, able to get to 42. And Lacey on the dualies just sharking in ink right now, waiting for anybody who might drop. Has not gotten any of those. Just, oh my gosh, the luck. The absolute luck of not getting hit, able to get a double off of that, out of that patience and luck, but definitely patience.
You know the kind of RNG luck you gotta get with those shots to live in that tiny patch of ink. That's not fair, man. Yeah, you go down there. That's not fair. But yeah, great job ultimately by Crash Out, stalling out Reload as long as they can. But is it gonna be enough, right? You got 2 minutes left in this game. Reload right now, it needs to find a good push opportunity. And, you know, the calls are being had. They're being listened to. You saw that Crab turn around and try to get a player that's flicked on the side, but that attention, too much on the side, not enough what's in front. Crash Out again, using that as an opportunity to get some nice picks. Push on forward here. Grip Lord doing a fantastic job with the ped, just poking these players around, making it so it's pretty difficult for them to kind of put any pressure on that tower. We're going to see some nice fight stuff happen in the bottom right here. This snowball will continue forward. Both bubbles pop. Delayed wipeout on Reload. This might be a ride to victory for Crash Out.
Yeah, they have set up so well for this final checkpoint. They are almost through it. So close to breaking it. But down to 10 is really, really good. And it might not quite be over.
Yeah, I mean, like, Reload's just holding strong here. They're getting these picks. They're not letting go loosely. Cinnamon, though, on that stack, making it pretty hard for the Pencil to want to ride the tower to keep going on forward. And now with the Stamper going down, there goes the Pencil to follow it, too. Crash Out's just trying to hold on and be annoying from behind the plat, but Reload's not really caring too much, right? They're just like, hey, I'm just going to push this tower away. You can do all you want in my spawn, but as long as this tower's not near it, that's all I care about.
Lacey being really aggressive is going to get punished there. Popped the bubble, but it was just not enough to decav with Buddy, able to get in there and finish them off. We've got Crab coming out from Reload. The 52's trying to take down the dualies, is able to do so. Everybody get a double. Can they get a triple going for that pen? No! Taken out right there, but Reload able to get tons of points off of this push. They're approaching the final checkpoint. They need to hold a little bit longer to get the lead, but the Booyah is charged, ready to throw out. Reload members going down, and no! Reload not able to take this here.
Unfortunately not. Crash Out on their continuous streak right now. 2-0 so far against Reload. You know, the Booyah Bomb coming in handy there, right? Making it so that they're able to keep things pushed on forward and ultimately get a very nice victory.
Yeah, we are tied up now. It's going to be Reload's chance to do a counter pick, but wow, like, really good plays from both teams here. I think just Crash Out did a fantastic job of being able to have such a good lead earlier that they, you know, fortunately were able to get set up to hold that defense. Reload had a really good run there that like last minute, but just unfortunately If it had happened a little bit earlier, perhaps it could have worked out in their favor, but it gets down to the wire and it is panicky.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially when like all you need is just those couple more points. So they did a very good job at trying to get as far as they could for that. It's one of those moments where like, you make the call to find that GG weapon that has that special. But unfortunately, you're not able to really sneak your way in there and get that pick on that weapon. They're just able to kind of just chill on by, get that special, whether it's strikes or booyah bomb. And end it all there. So right away though, the cat pick is had. Clam Blitz on Umami?
I want to say that's Umami. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. We're getting better at this, Rose.
It's like, I know that shape. Oh, yeah, Clam Blitz, Umami. This could be a quick one, or it could go back and forth a lot. I've seen both a lot on this map mode.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, we've seen it famously as well on many LANs, not just online tournaments as well, where it could just really get stalled out to the very end as someone's able to sneak on in. So look at these comps. We are going to see the same thing come out from both of these teams actually. We're switching back to the scope charger actually on the side of Reload. So we are going to see a little bit more crab charger on this item, which works very well on this map once able to get set up. So right away, both teams rushing on to mid, collecting some clams along the way, and fighting for that control.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of skirmishing happening right now. We've got a lot of weapons here who really do love to fight. And we got, Cinnamon gonna get taken out there, but we got one down on both sides here. Lacey on the dually is trying to move in. These bubbles have been really good for setting up other members of the team. Like, it is interesting. It's hard to use them to get in necessarily. And they're on both two aggressive weapons, but they can because they have two. Like, sort of like, use one for a friend.
Yeah, you gotta love the confusion probably they gotta be having. I mean, if they play it together long enough, they do have that coordination of like, I'm gonna do it first. Please, just be patient. Hear me out. Don't want to waste the specials too fast. Just like Crash will kind of use a little bit of that opportunity to score one power climb, which is pretty good on them, right? But of course, we've seen how these teams play. There's no way it's gonna be a one and done.
Yeah, there's certainly going to be a lot more. We've got the Booyah trying to give an entry for Crash Out to get in. Otherwise, they've got two bubbles right now. The Crab from Goldilocks and the Charger for Reload, able to get a pick and push the others back. Crash Out's going to have to give up space here. They're also giving up players. Reload setting up for their own push. Clam's thrown out, throwing a Clam in. Timmy's on the Crab, pushing the rest of Crash Out away. Reload throwing in some more Clams. Down to 62 so far. They've got a couple other Clams in their pockets they can throw in. Officially halfway through the score, two people down on Crash Outs. They can keep holding space here. Even able to throw in a couple more Clams to stall this out.
Oh, that's devious.
What? It's down to 12. Are they able to get in and end it? I don't think so, but wow.
Yeah, they're definitely not either, but I mean, that's just like almost disrespectful. 52 just dancing around the decaf in its own bubble to get a jump in and then score some Clams as well. I mean, talk about a monstrous push from Reload. Crash Out now has such a far way they gotta climb in order to take this game back. I mean, right now doing a great job too for Reload is just holding this offense, pushing forward as these bubbles will pop out to try to cause some little bit of delay, but ultimately Reload is playing like a unit right now.
Yeah, what a strong lead they've got now. They can really just do their best to maintain specials and map control and play a lot of defense, threaten whenever it's safe to do so, and really put, the effort on Crash Out to burn tons of resources to get in. like they did just have to do here. They have one more bubble ready from the blaster, and 3 down on reload. Evanstar is taking this opportunity to move in, use that bubble to get the rest of Crash Out safe entry. Down to 50. They have clams on hand. They could keep this going. This is kind of what we saw from Reload. They got down to 50 and they were able to just maintain pressure here and throw in clams and space them out to hold the space. But they're going to have to start throwing in them soon. They've got a lot of people down, and that is a delayed wipe. It is going to end at 32. Game is not over by any means, but Reload is still in the lead.
Yeah, the Reload holds on to that lead a little bit longer. Crash, unfortunately, great great push in general for them to count down, so they don't have to have as many more to score. But if Reload keeps playing the way they're playing, it might be a little tricky for them to have to go in. Now, mind you, they don't have the Mercy Clam that we usually see. They did use at the score to drop that down by completely 40 points with that penalty. So they are going to have to make another one and make it fairly soon, which they thankfully do. Lacey going on in, trying to rush on in, get a pick here. They will combo together and get one. They will get another nice bubble as well. This might be the opportunity, and that is Grippler makes that jump to the bubble. They're going to score it open, but they need a lot more clams to try to get this penalty gone as well as his lead. Here comes another power clam. Can they go in and score it? That they will. A handful of clams. Here comes Evanstar. Do they have enough to get that lead? No, it is a 2 clam difference. Here comes Zoon. They get 3 in, and that's the lead with 15 seconds left to go.
Amazing push. Reload is setting up for their own counter push now. They're going to have to score in a bunch of points to get through that 44-point penalty they're going to have to go through. But if they can get through this, they can absolutely take this back. But there's not too much time left to do it. They've got Crabs out, double Crab out, trying to clear this space here. They're going to have to get some picks in. They're starting to go down. They throw in one of the clams. They've got to throw in another and then several more clams, but they're going to go down. They grab the clam. What? They do it. What?
Oh, that they do. Reload takes that lead back in a nice overtime finish for him. Wow. And that had to be a combo, again, of your Slayers doing what Slayers do best. Cinnamon and I Missed. Wow. Using their resources to their availability. The wall, the bubble, the double crab was also insane, by the way. Like, hopping up top to there, trying to get this double crab picks going on. Unfortunately, Blaster takes him out, but I Missed scoring the first one. We do see the decaf playing up there around that bubble, scoring up more clams. Power clam followed with whatever left Cinnamon could find. What a great match, though, by both of these teams. Wow. That was such a high scoring game.
Yeah, both of those teams were close to scoring 100 off of their pushes. Oh, talk about an intense final minute. That went huge points scored in like the final minute and a half. Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, I think if you're Crash Out, that one burns a bit, but I think you just gotta take it in stride and try to keep going from here because both teams played that really well.
I could not agree more with you there, Rose. Yeah, both of these teams are putting on quite the show in this grand finals, especially, Crash Out, like you said, definitely feeling a little bit of that sting of that loss, that overtime push. There's not much you could have done. Didn't have the resources to get rid of really that, the bubble from Cinnamon, but you know what? You are showing that you have the capability of turning things around, and turning things around, they are definitely going to look to do as we are going over to zones, and I forget completely what we said this was.
It's Barnacle.
Yes, Barnacle and Dime. That's right. Was there more added to it, or am I crazy?
What, the picture?
Okay, so I'm crazy, yeah. Listen, to me, the little red squiggles on the green, I thought that was not there before, but also I could be tripping. It's close to midnight, all right? What?
You might be losing your mind a little bit.
Might be just a little bit.
We're back at Barnacle and Dime. We've got the comps we've seen from these teams. Goldilocks has been going back and has always had a crab pretty much for this set. It's just depending on what backline. But so on that charger for this game, it is a zones game. Got everybody going out. Cinnamon going down on a trade. We've got both swords taken off of the field here. Both teams setting up. Reload is going to be the first team to score points here. They do have a crab ready, which would be good to have online for the rest of the team, but everybody went down. They're just gonna have to jump out there because they saw Evan Star and Zune chasing them.
Smart call. You see two combo weapons like that, just reset, especially you got the specials online. Crash Out will take this lead back, but for who knows how long. Here comes the Booyah to try to get things going, continuing forward. No real usage right now from Reload besides that first whale, so not much to follow with, but we do got that bubble and we do got that crab. So they're going to try to look for that opening there. Can they find it? There's the bubble and there's the crab. Popped at their respective angles to try to clear up that right side, but that's 2 resources gone, so they got to really fight with their main weapons down to try to get that space, and that they will. I miss getting 1. Knows another player is weak, trying to go for 2. Can they get the other one on the zone? That they will as well. Can they get the pen on the side, or will the RNG beat them? No, it will not. 3 picks in a row for the 52 here, and that will be penalty points gone, and now real points. Scoring and definitely needed for Reload.
Yes, and the 52 has whale ready. There's 3 specials online for Crash Out. They're going to want to use those to get in. The whale from the 52 going to start chipping away at them. That was a Booyah thrown. Crash Out really wants to paint over this zone to maintain that lead, and they do indeed do that, holding this at 33. Reload forced to stop at 46 now. No specials online for either team. Good timing there, but we have a lot to go, especially with the cooler coming out from Crash Out. We're going to see players start playing aggressively. Reload with the double crab comp is really interesting because they have a lot of power for holding space, but can also be used for retaking space.
Yeah, and I think that's what I really love about both of their crabs being used in different ways. Like, you have the charger crab that's able to kind of pop it from afar to open up the space a little bit to allow their teammates to kind of go in and be as aggressive as they should be. And then you have the Dread crab that's able to use that space that was taken to keep following it forward. So I really do like their comp. It's worked out really well so far for them. They are able to get that lead. Unfortunately, down goes the one Lacey as they will quickly paint up that zone. Looking for anyone that might be flanking around, but the time they're spending to look for that allowed for Reload to kind of come back kind of quickly here and try to take still control of their right ramp area. Down goes the dual leads as Goldilocks here looking for, man, honestly probably not any picks, just to throw some paint on the zone from afar, but they do see that pen, try to just poke around at it. Players going down though. Crash Out holds on once again, and they will just have a really strong back and forth here.
Yeah, this is actually a really great opportunity for Crash Out. People went down on both teams, but Crash Out still has the advantage here. They're having a lot of space. Reload's having a really hard time getting back in. They only have a bubble to work with currently. Bubble and main weapons right now. They popping the crab, but it's not a lot of time left to go. We have less than 10 seconds left to go. Crash Out trying to hold the space. That bubble coming out, able to paint some space and move forward, meaning Reload is still in it. Cinnamon being a menace, going and getting 2. Just, man, Decav, you gotta be careful around those toothbrushes.
Yeah, they're gonna destroy your cavities and also destroy your ankles. I mean, talk about a great weapon overall to choose and go forward. Oh, speaking of which, that was a jump scare of the Decav right behind them. I imagine there had to be a little bit of a yelp there in that VC for them. Like, oh my goodness, there's a Decav behind us. I thought we got rid of them. So Crash Out, using that advantage though, getting those picks, taking control of that zone once again, applying some more penalty. 30 seconds left though, so Reload's gonna have to find another way to break back in.
Yeah, we don't have much time left to go, and if Crash Out keeps holding this, nope, never mind. They're gonna have to fight for it back. Reload needs to fight for a big hold here. That pick from the 52 gonna be huge. Crash Out sort of forced into a corner at this point. Reload has one of the crabs ready to go, 2 of the crabs ready to go at this point. Gonna be great for holding space. Crash Out also losing a duelist here. We're into overtime. Reload wants to take this. They want this reset. They only need to hold it for a little bit longer, but they're down 2. They need to do their best to hold on to this. The crab gets a pick. There's nobody there. They take the lead and they get this best of of 5 set.
Reload. Wow. What a great comeback, especially in the overtime. I mean, close to that full game 5. That was a little scary for us here, but there's potential to keep it going because Reload, they were coming out from the side of losers. So not only are they taking the win here in Grants, but they are pushing. Now bracket reset. So another set we get to see of these teams compete and try to win it all. Talk about this ending though. Every trade that Crash Out honestly didn't want had happened. Like every trade possible. And the Pen trying their best here, but they literally held on to both crabs until absolutely necessary. And they were able to bring it home.
Fantastic timing on the double crab there on Barnacle. It is hard to get in. And like you mentioned earlier in this game, both the Dread and the Charger are setting up their crabs where they are able to both fight together, but they're taking it from different angles, which is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really probably would help them out for most of this set and what's probably going to continue to push them forward as now with the score, of course, resetting here. Both these teams now have the opportunity to take it home. Crash Out looking at what Reload did before. What can they learn from this set to try to bring things going forward? Of course, Reload wanting to ride off that momentum. So we'll be going over to zones. Umami, so a little bit of a split zone action here.
Yeah, going back to Umami, but zones this time. And, things are fully reset now. Crash Out could still win this set, and they'll just be like, okay, that last set, we don't know what happened, but we figured it out. We figured it out. We know what's happening now. But Reload, I mean, obviously, they've got to have a ton of momentum they're feeling right now. They're ready, except, for a water break. I can't blame them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know what? You need a little bit of that reset. At least, some of these players, others are probably dying to just go to sleep because I think for one or two of these players, it is like 6 a.m. So that sun is rising up and the birds are chirping while they are playing more Splatoon. Guys wouldn't have it any other way as your summer begins.
Yeah, so not that we haven't been seeing like zone cheese from either of these teams. We haven't had strikes or sliders come out. And I know a lot of people do complain about that in zones, but of course when you have the double zones, that's going to be less of a thing. Not that really applies to either of these teams here, but still with double zones, it does mean that there is a potential for a lot of stalling. Like even if you're not able to retake both zones, if you can just be like, okay, I'm doing my best to hold the zone on right while the rest of you get ready to take the left.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's especially treacherous once you think about if any of these teams push to overtime, right? So they have to watch out for not just one zone, but now 2 completely different zones for them to have to take control over if they want to take that victory looped back over in overtime, if it were to get to that point.
And I would not be surprised if we're not seeing a lot of changes in comps. Nope, this is what we've seen, and we're going to keep seeing it. I think both these teams are very comfortable with these respective comps they're playing. Moving on in, we're going to have still that double bubble. That'll be interesting to see here. And, I've noticed that Goldilocks definitely likes to play an aggressive Charger.
Yeah, they really do. And, they might have gotten punished immediately.
They got punished there.
So yeah, I mean, aggro Charger gets put on down. But you know what? Even though they might have, the front lines put in the work they deserve. That zone is still in their favor for Reload. It's Crash Out now that's still on the back foot, needing to find a way to open up more space because all they are rocking with right now is that little section near their spawn. So Bubble will come on out. They will be aggressive with it, especially now popping this second one to open up more space. So that will be the zone flip finally for them. Minute into the game. Reload halfway down for their points and just throwing literally everything towards Reload spawn.
Yeah, Crash Out doesn't have a lot of resources to hold this right now. They only have the Booyah. They did use both of those bubbles on the retake, so it's going to be hard to keep control of this area. Like you said, they did get down to 62. It's going to be neutral right now. They could still take it back, but it looks like Reload is starting to make their moves. Cinnamon being, destructive as always, able to get yet another pick, chasing down another, able to watch this, and think, oh, my friend, you should not have jumped there. Jumps are scary on this map. It's not a large map.
It's not large, and you're truly never safe. And, that was a dualies too, right? So most of the time, dualies live like 95% of those jump-ins. The 5% of the decap. That's your 5%. Just has the hitbox to absolutely take you out.
Yeah, absolutely. As somebody, I played a lot of dualies. I freaking hate decaps on my jumps. I'm like, it's okay, y'all. I'll roll. And they're like, you're gonna die. There's a decap. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry. Bad call on my side.
No, exactly. And I'm trying to push this forward here. Crasho gets the lead. About time for them here, right? Backing up will be the pen. Take a little more safe space. Down goes the Charger, though, with the Crab. So they are not going to be able to have that online unless the Dread is close. It looks like they are. So they have 3 specials to push in with. Looking for an opportunity very soon, though, because now 20 points remain. And here's that Crab and V-Bubble as well to start going in and trying to cause a little bit of ruckus. I believe this is the second one as well. Now trying to follow suit. Can they get that count? They will. And they're going to stall it just a little bit longer.
They are. Cinnamon going to go down in that trade on the pencil. 2 going down on Crash Out. Reload being able to set up here. Lacey, I think, is going to try to stall this out. But Zoon's also with them now. But the rest of Reload is now setting up. But Crash Out, honestly, I think this is still a very close game. And they did get wiped out there. But, other than that, I think they have been playing stronger at the start of this set. But it is now Reload's time to set up for a long hold here. But, they've been, attacking these crabs so much here. But, now that they were able to set up a crab on that pencil, pencil not good against those, objects and whatnot. But it's neutral right now on that zone. Reload able to maintain possession right now. They only have to hold it for a little bit longer to get the lead.
And get that lead, they might. Look at the stagger onto Crash Out. They're trying to find ways in, but it's not going to be able to be had. Only 2 players remain here, and it's just going to be picks to grab for those stats. Reload brings it back, and they will take the first game of the bracket reset.
For Ash Out, I definitely think played better in that one, but the momentum from Reload, they've just won 3 games in a row between these 2 sets so far. Momentum's fully in their favor at this point.
Yeah, they absolutely are riding off of the game win highs that they have between these 2 sets, like you mentioned. So Crash Out's in a little bit of a disadvantage, not only just with that momentum to ride off to, but it may just be also the energy going forth. The Reload has a lot of not just game win momentum, but also playing momentum. They've had a lot of consistent sets to just keep on going. So Crash Out's doing a really good job when it comes to, giving them a good fight. But so far, Reload's been doing a fantastic job at having these counters, using their specials accordingly. Crash is going to have to find an opportunity and maybe try to start turning things around if they want any chance at bringing this home today.
Yeah, they've got to get, between these 2 sets for what, the original Grand Finals, now Grand Finals reset, they just need to be like, okay, we just got to win 3 games in one of these sets. Just 3 games in one of these sets. But sometimes that's really tough. Reload's been playing really well.
They are. They have a lot of great synergy between them, and they're using their specials at really opportune times, right? They're making sure that they're not popping them at the same time, it's not going to give them something that they can really rely on pushing past once whatever it might be they're using it for, right? Whether that's taking space from their defense to try to come back into the mode, whether that's from their plat to mid, or pushing a little bit past that. But they're also doing it good when it comes to just holding the positions. So looks like we're going to be going Tower Control, Inkblot Academy. Remember that from before. So we are going to see Crashouts counter pick. Will it be for them?
Yeah, we've got our, our tried and true counter pick map, Inkblot Tower Control. I think, I can see this going well for either team, but I can see with some of what Crashout's been playing, they do have those double bubbles. I think that can be good for a holding tower. They also have those aggressive weapons, after deploying bubbles for holding space. They do have strong main weapons, but Reload also has strong main weapons.
That they do. Their comps are just so interesting to go against each other. You don't see these kind of comps, at least not consistently yet, especially because some of them are rocking the newer weapons. And soon as I say that, I love that Crashout wants to counter me and literally go back to regular weapons. We're gonna see the regular Slosher, and we're gonna see Grip Lord switch over to the heavy edit instead.
Yeah, okay, so we've got that Slosher with the triple ink strikes. I think might have really been what they were missing, especially for tower control. Slosher also so great for fighting on these stacks. This could be a nice change up for Crashout here. This opening is gonna go either way right now. People going down on both sides, but Lacey all did make that switch over to the Slosher, is doing a ton of work right now, does have the strikes ready, just trying to stay alive at this point. Also, Zune was the one who switched over to these dualies that Lacey was on earlier. Right now, in a fight, but able to jump out from that decav. Reload, able to take a ton of time and space, moving in past that first checkpoint. The Crab able to keep moving in. The rest, both Crabs able to move in. The momentum still turning out Reload.
It is, and this bubble hero is gonna maybe slow things down a bit, as you are gonna see a couple players go down from Reload. That's supposed to be so terrifying, right? Especially fighting Reload's comp. Imagine the Crab's almost over, and then another one's popped a couple seconds in. So it's never truly over. You get such a long time. You have to wait out Crabs and so many points to go down. Speaking of going down, I miss it getting two, looking for a third, and we'll actually get it. The Slosher being the only one barely surviving. I didn't even realize that they mentioned that as well. They did switch around who was playing those dualies, so maybe it's a little bit of a just change up for comfortability, or kind of testing the waters. This is the final set. Why not? I guess find what can work best for you. And so far, Zeus doing a pretty good job getting one pick there. Going down, of course, though, to the 52. Classic 52 moment.
So close. Just that, I guess that RNG worked out really well for the 52 in that scenario. I felt like they were one hit away from dying earlier. They are not going to get taken out by that heavy edit. Reload still, that snipe from Goldilocks. Again, this aggressive charger move, setting up for that Kraken into bats, getting another pick here on that Slosher. Still tons of momentum for Reload. They're able to take out the dualies. They lose a couple of their own, but they are able to clear that second checkpoint, and they're going to get knocked there, but 2 checkpoints cleared for them. This is now Crashout's opportunity to take a ton of space through mid. And you see they're already setting up on the left side. They know, obviously Tower's going to go over there.
Yeah, you love to see this kind of set up on this left area here, especially with this bubble, at least for first check, and they are going to hopefully have another one once they go past that. Now, unfortunately, it looks like they did pop it a little bit early here to take that bats control, and down will go the dualies. So the players of Reload are relentless right now. They don't care if there's a bubble pop. They're going to kind of waltz on in and say, hey, I'm in your house now. And they're going to just try to get these picks. So far, being very successful. Crashout clears the first check, but the player advantage is not in their favor right now. So they are kind of stalled out here near mid, having to try to find some ways to kind of move back in as Reload looks for their way of repositioning.
Yeah, Reload setting up here for aggression yet again. the crabs being popped. I know the only one popped. They've got another crab ready. Like you can use those crabs together, and you can also stagger them, like you mentioned. Hold them for when you need. Sometimes you don't need to, commit both. Strikes are gonna come out just to take some space, but not able to get too many people in for crash out. And we see the 52 has been setting up for a little flank from behind. They're gonna go all the way behind their stack, attack people from behind. That's 2 down on crash out. Another going down 3. It was just the dualies. They're trying to get out. It's like, please leave me alone. No, I'm gonna get taken out, being bullied right out of there, all the way back to spawn.
It's like every splat there from the 52 just felt personal. Especially and these charger shots next. Why not? Just like every time it's like, there's a player here, got it. Player here, got it. Don't worry about it. Another player here. Yeah, why not? I got you for a third. So great job by Reload, really taking every opportune part of that interaction. Just like here, you're going to see that Edit kind of go in for that little bit of a trade. It looks like more points will build on down those strikes to try to slow it down, but that's a delayed wipeout onto Crash Out. Reload now with Will ready will pop that out as the bubble is also popped, but a lot of fall off being thrown on down there. And with only 5 seconds left to go, and again, the wipeout on that screen, this is Crash Out's time to push things forward. Oh my god, no one touched tower. Oh my gosh.
Being like,
oh no.
Oh no.
That's
Oh, no.
the worst way to lose the game. Nobody gets on tower. Oh my.
Oh. Yeah, that hurts. Obviously, they wanted to push in as quickly as possible to take that space, because it was going to be a tough time to get all the way through there, and you gotta claim as much space as possible. But yeah, unfortunately, for times like that, you need to make sure we gotta have somebody on that tower.
I think that's like the first time I've ever seen someone lose a set, or sorry, not a set, a game, because they just didn't get on the tower. That hurts. I felt that in my soul.
I felt that. Yeah, I felt that probably, miscommunication, confusion, exhaustion.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know what? Yeah, again, for these players, things are getting late for them. Yeah, look at that. Oh, the zoom in.
Yeah.
The zoom in's kind of diabolical. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I think we realized.
But I love it.
Like, Lacey, I think, realized, like, oh crap, nobody's on
Yeah,
tower.
yeah, you saw the turnaround, like, no one's on tower.
Oh.
Well, that puts Reload 2-0 right now. Crash Out is officially in comeback territory, reverse sweep territory. They need 3 great games played if they want any chance at bringing it back. Otherwise, Reload, you're at match point. You need 1 more game. This last counter pick ideally lasts for you to bring it home. Fighting so hard all the way through there. The losers, once they got knocked from, I believe, winners semis. So they're here. They brought their A game, and they're looking to win this last one in this bracket reset, by the way. So they've been really playing their matches through and through.
Oh my gosh, yeah. How many they've played? What? This is their. They've played 7 sets tonight.
I think so. Yeah, right.
They've played a fair amount of Splatoon in only one night. So being at match point, you just be like, all right, guys, okay, game plan. We're gonna be ready for whatever Crash Out picks. We're ready to just take this all the way. Take this to the first place. So close.
So close. It's in the palm of their hands. 1 more game's all they want, and it's all they need. Regardless though, either way, Crash Out's not going to make it easy for him. Crash Out's been really giving it their all, right? They've been really putting Reload through the ringer here, making it very difficult for them to try to take these games swiftly. And it looks like counter pick is here.
We're back to Barnacle.
Zone Barnacle. I remember. I got it. It only took me 3 tries.
3rd time is the charm.
Yep. Third time's the
That-
charm. I figured out the little sniping squid that's just chilling with the scariest like face I've seen.
I know I'm gonna have the face of that fish statue in my nightmares tonight.
It's gonna haunt me. It's
Oh, but Barnacle Zones. I think it's certainly one to end on if this is how Crash Out goes out. But I always feel like anxious sometimes when like teams pick Barnacle Zones. So I'm like, I feel like it in Mahi zones. I'm like, anything could happen here. Anything could happen. You're not safe until it hits 0. Who knows? You really need that lockout. And Reload's just like been so good with those crabs on Barnacle that I think Crash has been having a hard time getting in. So I'll be interested to see if this pays out for Crash Out, or if this is going to be just a rough counter pick for them that doesn't turn out their way.
Absolutely, but I mean, you know what? Go out in style, if anything. Gotta be a zones match. Would not have it any other way, and that's what they're bringing to the table. Of course, Reload. I mean, Crash was not even contesting. Like that was an immediate like you can have it for now. We are seeing though Zune go with the new Splattershot Pro with the missiles. A lot of fancy movement happening right now from the players of Crash Out, trying to poke around. Who can they get? Evatar on that side looking for a great pick. Crash Out actually will get 3 players down. If you want to call it delayed wipeout because 1 player jumps out, I would not be mad at you if you call it that. So it looks like right now we are going to see... wait, that's also Lacey on the Reef Slider dualies. Okay, wait, a little bit changed up.
I freaking love Dark Tetras.
Tetra stocks are on the rise.
Yeah, really aggressive Reef Slider. Yeah, I really do not think we're going to be seeing Reef Slider used a whole lot for paint on this. We're going to be seeing it used aggressively, get some like nice, just like 70 damage on people that then, especially the Blaster, can follow up on so easily.
Yep, yeah, definitely. And that's what you like to see too, is that a lot of pairing that you can use, follow up with, and be able to keep aggressing forward. Just like right now, Reload's doing a great job at holding this area and not pushing in too far unless they absolutely have to. You know, they're building their specials, they're letting all this paint come in. Missiles and Reef Slider will go on out, but unfortunately, that sniper will find one. Cinnamon barely sharking by. And they will get that lead back, so Cinnamon will pop a bubble on their own as they're looking for these picks. Oh, what a disgusting double! Oh. Looking for 3, trying to get fancy. They're almost falling off the map. Here's a jump in, and
victory.
When in doubt, Cinnamon's got you covered.
There's 4. Oh my gosh, disgusting decaf. Just and with a ton of those picks and just constant aggression, keeping Crash Out on the back foot. Reload taking the 3rd game and the crown for Fountain of Dreams number 11.
What an amazing way to go out for Reload. Crash Out did give their attempts, but it's not every day you get a player like Cinnamon that's just going to pop off, getting practically almost 5 in a row. So, and ending on the I just love the "your did it" start every time. It's just like my best part, the best part after the game ends.
You know, "your did it." This one's for you, Decav. "Your did it." Gold star.
Gotta give, of course, the flowers deserve to Crash Out. Put on a fantastic set all around. Again, not just the regular grands, but of course the bracket reset. They gave it their all. They fought their way thick and thin to pull off a great set for the viewing, really making it hard to figure out who you really think is going to win it in the end here. So huge props to them. And hey, it's in this event, 2nd place is still nothing to be too upset about. Not first, but still fantastic placement.
Yeah, honestly, super great. And it's super late for these players. Some of them even more so than it is for myself and Cactus. And at a certain point, you're just like, I'm tired. And I'm falling asleep. Can we be done?
Yeah.
So, like, good good job doing the best they could with how late it was for them.
Yeah, I love their chat message. Dude, we just want to sleep, man. Just let us sleep. Please. No, absolutely. Well, good thing for you, Skittles, and good news for everybody at home and us here on the production side of things. We all get to, ideally, get some rest. That is going to do it for Fountain of Dreams number 11 from us.
Yes, fantastic to be here. Thank you so much for joining me, Cactus, tonight. Where can everybody find you?
Oh, it's been a pleasure to commentate with you once again, Rose. Everyone can find me on pretty much all my socials are at Glitch Cactus. I post everywhere, make content on YouTube. Twitch, Glitch Cactus 1. I stream every single day, and we are 171 days in. So you best believe you'll be able to find me streaming at some point tomorrow. But Rose, where can we find you?
You can find me at Rose of Battle on Blue Sky, Twitch, YouTube. Those are all the main places you can find me. I will be streaming Low Ink tomorrow with my pickup, so I guess I probably should not be staying up too late.
Yeah, get your 8 hours of sleep, rest up, good breakfast. Like, you're gonna need it.
Yeah, we'll do our best.
You guys got this. I'm excited for you guys. This is gonna have so much fun.
Yeah, it's always interesting, with the pickup, because it's like, well, who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah.
We'll do our best.
Exactly.
Yes, that is going to be it for us, everybody. Congrats again to Reload winning this Fountain of Dreams. Fantastic job, everybody else who played. Thank you, everybody, for joining us for this edition of Fountain of Dreams. Thank you to our streamer and our host, and everybody else involved, our previous commentators who were on the mic for the first half of this night. That is going to be it from us here. We will catch you on a future stream. Get some sleep, and best of luck with whatever Splatoon's happening for everybody tomorrow.